Hello, low energy. Only thing new is his Insta story. Yeah, like there's not much there, but it is his Insta story is so funny that like I at least want to like talk about it. Yeah, he's gonna expose Austin. Um, but we will get to that in a second. I I mean Hasan Stalker. Excuse me. Yeah, I should call him by his real name, his true name. I want to start with Pirate Software. So, you may be like, Sean, what did Pirate Software do now? What did he say? Is your title correct? In a way. In a way. Right? Did he come out and say, Asmongold is a Nazi and I like it? No. But is he running defense for Asmon? Yes. And I want to talk about it. So, in case you don't know, friend of the show, Gremlo, had a hit tweet yesterday where he called out Asmongold for doing Nazi apologia, essentially. Right? We looked at this yesterday. Asmon's chat just being Nazis and praising Nazis, and Asmon doing Nazi apologia, and allowing his chat to be Nazis. And this is what it was. Well, we'll start with this. Because you may be like, where does Pirate Software fit into this? We'll get to that in a second.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding.
In his chat right now is saying Nazis W, based, good. Classic calling other Nazis. This is so funny for his chat to say, saying classic, calling others Nazis, right? While his chat is being, the other people in the chat are being Nazis. Nazi W. Gotta give them that, bro. Good. W Adolf. Like this is his chat. This is Asmongold chat.
Is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was.
And then this is what Asmon had to say.
It's a bit of a miss.
Volume higher, please. Volume on the video.
It's like my understanding.
It's not my fault that this audio missing is so bad.
Is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
And Asmon said that they burned them because it was written in Jewish and not German. Like, you know what? Sure, bro. Okay. If that, okay.
Not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis.
And Asmon's defense was 2 of these chatters got banned. He didn't say that. I didn't see a link to that. I assume he meant Hebrew. Yeah, but maybe he meant Hebrew. Who knows what he meant? You know what I mean? Does Asmon know there's a difference? Does Asmon think there's a difference? Does he think that Jewish is a language? Or is it justifiable to burn books even if they were in a different language? I don't think he is saying that. I don't even think he's saying they wouldn't have been written in Hebrew either. It doesn't even matter. Like we're sitting so far off of the actual points of discussion, right? Whether it was written in Hebrew or Yiddish, we're getting so far off the point of discussion about like Asmon's chat saying that it's based regardless. In this video, editors screenshotted 2 chatters who were banned. Oh, I didn't know he dropped the video on it. I think he can't be bothered to learn the name of the Jewish languages. I mean, true, right? But again, I don't think like Asmongold is doing this to be like, because they burn the books not because they're gender books, but because they're like Jewish books, then like it's good. I don't think he's saying that. I think he's more just doing like historical revisionism by trying to claim that the Nazis, you know, weren't like homophobic and transphobic, and they didn't also send like queer people into the concentration camps as well. Like it doesn't make any sense because his audience would be like, that's a good thing though. I'm glad they did that. So I don't know what his overarching point here is. Was this used for killing the socialists and communists early too? I mean, the chat would say the same thing. The chat would look exactly the same, right? You can insert any group, right? Including Jewish people, and his chat would say the exact same thing, right? Because his chat are Nazis. His chat likes Nazis. You know what I mean? You're missing the point. Hitler blamed Jewish people for what he considered societal problems, including homosexuality, socialism, etc. Yes, but that's not the only reason why the Nazis were against, like, you know, gay people or socialists or whatever. You know what I mean? It's because, one, they were like a threat to power in the case of like communists and socialists, right? But two, because of like the Nazis' view of humanity looking a certain way, right? So while that is true to a certain extent, right, it doesn't tell the full story that they also killed, you know, trans people because they were trans, and not because they thought that you know, the Jews were doing transness as well. You know what I mean? So you're not wrong. Is my take. From Bellevue, Washington, USA. Hello from Bellevue, Washington, USA. I'd be like, Mormons write stuff in Mormon. We should burn their books and take back U.S. for Americans. Honestly, that does not sound too far off like something like Asmon would say. They also hated socialists and trans people in general too. Yeah, they were used against socialism and queer people, and you just use that as the scapegoat, as they do currently right now. Like Kanye does that.
So it was like, yeah, they were. I think it probably might be both in some circumstances. But like it was categorical for it not being written in German. They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. It was both, yeah. And no, a lot. And I wish people like this. It's disappointing that you can't.
And like, I'm so happy when people have been calling him tool out. I've been calling him out for months, going on a year now. Like, and I think a lot of people, again, I talk about this consistently. I think a lot of people, a lot of streamers kind of let him slide. Not kind of, very much let him slide, you know? They let him slide. They let him cultivate this audience, right? Because it wasn't this bad now or whatever. Right? Even though when he was laughing at college and campus protesters being brutalized by the police, people were saying, hey, if you go down this route and you keep doing this thing, you're going to cultivate an audience of Nazis. The OTK might be listening. When I spoke about it, I've been on the stream last night. You can send it. We'll take a look at it if somebody wants to grab a link. 100%. I'm new guys. I haven't seen your takes at all. Yeah, that's because your first message. But I'm informing people that like today is the only one to call, to call it out. True, yes, of the large streamers. But I want to point out I've been calling it out forever, right? The political space on Twitch has been calling it out. Another example of like the political space on Twitch being correct and vindicated, right? Too early. You know? Like just too early. And like, yeah, and I talked about the reason for why that is as well. The reason for why that is because a lot of people in the streaming space don't want to take on the responsibility of being political, right? They don't want to take on the responsibility of holding people accountable. They want to go live and play their video games. This is true for like 99.9% of the streaming landscape. You know what I mean? They want to go live, play their video games, play games with their friends, do their events, go offline. What did Pirate Software say? Did I miss the talk? No, we'll get to that in a second. Right? We'll get to Pirate Software in a second. This is just context. This is all context for getting to Pirate Software running defense for Asmongold. You know what I mean? Like, people don't want to have that responsibility. And so the problem with not having that responsibility and drawing the line somewhere, I gotta get that, to be honest. Sometimes that's all I want to watch. And yeah, I also get that. I also understand why they do that. But when you allow things to go to this extent, right? That's how you get Nazis on your platform. Because you have to remember, the same people who are in this chat watching Asmongold, they're not watching me, right? But they're going to watch someone else. You feel me? And if you don't draw the line for what is too far for you, and you allow things like this to exist in your ecosystem, in your space, you're going to end up allowing Nazis into your space, right? It's the very famous like Nazi bar parable. If you allow, oh, everybody's welcome, all patrons come in, and you allow one Nazi in, and you don't kick him out, the Nazi's gonna leave and be like, yo, Nazis, I found a bar that lets Nazis in. Let's all go to the Nazi bar. And now you have 2 Nazis going to the Nazi bar. And then you have 3 Nazis going to the Nazi bar. And then you have 10 Nazis going to the Nazi bar. And the other people, us, who don't like Nazis, are going to stop going to the Nazi bar. Because the Nazi bar is going to make that bar unsafe for black people, for trans people, for queer people, for immigrants, for Muslims, for every marginalized community, for women. You know what I mean? And once they go into that bar, they're going to go like, hey, let's go check out the arcade down the street. Hey, let's go check out the pub across the street. You feel me? And they're going to start infesting the local area. They're going to be everywhere. It doesn't just stop at that one bar, now losing all of its regular patrons and now being a Nazi bar, right? And so if you are this streamer, if you are fine with that, then they're going to start migrating. They're going to start hanging out around the bar, outside of the bar, in the alleys behind the bar, right? Next door. They're going to start going to barbershops next to the bar. They're going to start going to tattoo shops next to the bar, right? And now the Nazi bar has turned into a Nazi community. And if you as a business owner don't call out the Nazi bar from forming, and you definitely don't call out the Nazis from going to your tattoo parlor, right? You're like, listen, I'm just a tattoo artist, okay? I just want to make tattoos. Yeah, I don't care what you believe. I just want to make tattoos. Then you're going to lose the regular patronage that you have that are the black people, the women, the trans people, the queer people, the immigrants, the Muslims, the insert marginalized community here, right? You're going to lose, you're going to lose the normal people, and it will just be Nazis. That's why you have to come out ahead of it before it gets to the point where it's become a Nazi safe space in your community. Right? And so I understand wanting to just go live, do your content, not have to worry about calling people out or whatever. I get it. I understand it. But what you have to understand is this has been a documented phenomenon. Right? Just got here, but I don't know if you saw what Will said. OTK was hearing people and that they were doing something soon. Not sure if what it is, but we'll see. If you have a link, we'll take a look at it. Yeah, Chatter just said it. So I'm not trying to buzz this week, and they are getting really uncomfortable. Someone don't even gotta call it out if they don't want to. Just remove the Nazis from their space. Yeah, like, or at least you have to at least call out the fact that your space is not a Nazi space, right? If you are that tattoo parlor, in my analogy, you have to hang up a no Nazi sign at the very least, right? So that the regular people who see the Nazi bar next to you at least know, okay, this space is Nazi free, right? If I can't go to that bar again, I'll go to a different bar, but at least I can go to this tattoo parlor because me as a marginalized person, I don't feel safe being in a Nazi space, but I can go to this space that says no Nazis, even if they're like next to a Nazi bar, right? And so if you are a streamer that's next to Asmongold's space has become a Nazi space. It has, right? We are too late. The streaming space has failed with adequately calling out Asmongold to stop him from forming a Nazi space. He has cultivated a Nazi space. Asmongold has become the Nazi bar. Now OTK and other streamers are the barbershop, the tattoo parlor, right? The pub across the street, the local park, the library. Now they need to hang up no Nazi signs. That's the next step. That is the only thing that can come next to protect themselves. They could uproot their business and move. They could be like, I don't want to be next to this Nazi bar, so I'm going to, end my lease and move to a different place, moving to a different city, right? But if they're not going to do that, at the very least, they have to hang up a no Nazi sign. They have to make it clear that they cannot be a space, and they are not a space, right, where Nazis can reside. Because right now, we're seeing the marginalized people or the anti-Nazi people feel uncomfortable going to the barbershop next to the Nazi bar. We see the normal people going to the, being uncomfortable going to the tattoo parlor. I disagree, fascists are not stupid. What? I don't know if you're talking to me or you're talking to chat. You do risk retaliation from Nazis though. They can come after you. Online IRL still need to hang up the sign though. Yeah, you got to do it. You have to do it. You cannot placate the Nazis. But do you think that Twitch aren't dealing with this because of the current U.S. administration and the potential political fallout? No, that's dumb. They're not dealing with it because Twitch is a business, and in the same with any business, they will not deal with an issue like this until it hurts their pockets. They will not deal with this issue until it hurts their reputation. Right? Even under like a because Asmon was doing this under a Biden administration. He was doing this when Biden was the president. He was doing this before Biden was or Trump was elected. You know what I mean? And Twitch did not do anything about it until he crossed the line of saying Palestinians had inferior culture, and there was public fallout from it. They would slowly push the limits by asking questions that are dog whistles to Nazis in their base until they get to the point that Asmon is now. Yeah. Right. And I want to, does anybody have the link to what Emaru said a few days ago about having to like answer for Asmon? Oh, here, I found it. Don't worry. I think that's a good talking point. I think that's a good thing to mention.
Should I also issue an apology for everyone I've ever worked with who said something that's obviously shitty? And I have to just, like, destroy people's jobs because of it? Yes? Okay, yeah. That seems fair and reasonable.
Like, the point is not that you have to issue apologies on behalf of Asmon, right? The point is that, is this the same thing as this? It is the same thing. The point is that you have to hang up the no Nazi sign, right? That's it. And if you don't want to hang up the no Nazi sign, whatever. Sure. If you don't want to hang up the no Nazi sign, you are fine with Nazis coming into your platform, into your space, into your communities, using your tattoo parlor. You open yourself up to criticism for people who don't like Nazis. That's my take. That's it. You have to, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. That is totally fine. Right? But then people who don't like Nazis will criticize you, right? And I would say should criticize you. She says she was Asmon doesn't denounce that he says she's pretty much signing off on it. That's my take. And that if she wants to sign off or she wants to distance herself from it, then, you know, she should. This isn't like specific to like Emru or whatever. You know what I mean? But the point is, as they say, if you let one Nazi in your bar is now a Nazi bar. That yeah, that's what I said like 5 minutes ago. That was my analogy. That's how my analogy started. But yeah, yeah. You have to hang up the no Nazi sign. Right? You do. You have to call out. And in my opinion, we should have been calling out this a year ago. Right? We should have called this out a year ago. Hey,
Can't have genuine.
Nazis aren't good. I stand against this. But one guy did. Yeah, it was me. Don't you dare say it was Hasan. It was me. It was me. I'm the one guy. I'm the one guy. Honestly, you can go back on my Twitter from like May of last year, me saying this exact thing. In some people's defense, a lot of time people aren't clear about what exactly they're asking for, though. I know many people misread what was being asked of them. It's not just unrended insults earned, maybe, but it's not effective. I disagree. I think that is weaponized incompetence, right? When Asmongold says Palestinians have inferior culture, I don't think it's, you know, a crazy thing to assume you should be distancing yourself from that, right? These people are adults. They're adults. It's not like they don't know. It's not like they don't know Asmongold is doing this. It's not like they don't know. First, when Nick will respond to Asmon's nonsense, saying his take was bad and then moving on. I feel like bro's giving up time to talk to him behind the scenes about it now. And that's kind of all I ask, right? I'm like, if you want to, like, I can think you shouldn't engage with him or be like engage positively with him or collab with him or whatever. That could be my thought process. But the very least that I'm asking or demanding from the people around Asmongold is just to say, yo, Asmongold is doing these things, I disagree with it. That's it. And if Asmongold keeps doing things you disagree with, I expect you to keep saying you disagree with him. That is all I ask. If he's doing some pushback at all, yeah. Don't be like, wait, am I expected to, am I my brother's keeper? Am I expected to answer for everything Asmongold does? No, you need to be like, yeah, I saw what he said. I disagree with it. I think it's bad. I disagree with this. I want tolerance in my community. Boom, done. Exactly. That's it. That is it. That is all. That is my bare minimum. I was gonna have to apologize for the Twitter post of my barista. How do you even talk to him at this point? I mean, you don't. You know what I mean? That's why I said I would say you gotta distance yourself. Require so much more effort to argue about it than just saying Nazis suck. Exactly. And which is how we arrive at pirate software. Because you were totally correct, Chatter. It takes so much more effort to argue about why you collab with Asmongold is super sick and awesome and amazing, and it's so necessary, and you would do it again. It takes so much more effort than to just say, I disagree with him. Nazis are bad. Yeah, but Nick's take with Cinna about how there's nothing you can do It was so bad. Like, and we'll get to pirate software in a second. Right? We will get to pirate software in a second. We'll get to him in a second. This clip will look worse if people collectively decide Asmon sucks and she tries to condemn him after. Yeah, and it's crazy because I think Nick knows that Asmongold is bad. I think Nick disagrees with Asmongold, right? I've seen him disagree with Asmongold publicly before. Right? And this will transition from this conversation. We'll get back to pirate software in a second. I want to go into what Will is saying here, because I haven't seen this. Right? And I also think that Will is a normal moral person. Man, no, I do genuinely think that Nick understands that the things Asmongold said is bad. Right? I can't speak on what Emeru believes because I don't know Emeru like that. I haven't seen Emeru's content or engaged with it, but I have seen Nick push back. That is what I can say from what I've seen. I've seen Nick push back. Right? From what I've seen of Will, I've seen Will push back. I understand what Will believes. But for people like Emeru, I just don't know. I don't know enough, therefore I can't speak to what she would believe. When it says we told him before he doesn't care, yeah, then talking isn't enough. Distance yourself, punish him one way or another. Yeah, I think he's probably given up, which is sad to see. Yeah, my main beef with Nick now is that he stopped pushing back on stream because Asmon chatters are also in the chat these days being insane. Yeah. Should I watch this Twitter clip instead of the YouTube VOD itself? The clip is 6 minutes long. I don't know if they feel like the same thing. Then we'll start here. Nick pushes back a lot. Ultimately, he chooses to focus on what he likes about Asmon, which is weak shit.
I think the other thing I'll say, and it's not something I want to talk about because I've never spoken about drama in 5 years on this stream. But just know that
he was just talking about a very sick friend.
OTK hears you guys. I hear you guys. Changes have to happen if it's going to continue to exist as a org.
Like, I'm getting this from Will, right? Before I'm getting this from, like, you know what I mean? Other more established members of OTK. You feel me? And then this entire situation, I feel bad for Will, right? Will is the newest member of OTK. He just got here, right? He was thrown into this space and is now expecting to answer for one of the founders, like doing Nazi apologia. Look at his responsibility. He's still a creator. You know what I mean? He is still a creator. He is still a streamer in his own right, and he does still have a platform, right? So I understand why he feels like he needs to speak up, and I understand why his audience may want him to speak up, right? But like, out of everybody involved in this with the OTK space, Will is the person I feel the most bad for, cause like, you know, it's just that's rough. It's so rough. That's so rough.
I think a lot of people forget that an org is more than just the faces on streams. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people's livelihoods, and at Christmas we had to lay a ton of people off.
Drama, I think it's more than drama. I think when he says it's drama, I think it's more of like how it would be viewed if he talks about it, which it is viewed as drama. Like, this is viewed as, like, we don't see it as drama, but the problem is like the wider streaming ecosystem views it as drama, and that may be where he's coming at it from. I also don't think it's drama. I think it's like horrendous behavior what this is. But it might be easier to break it to people instead of coming at it from like, this is politics. And I politically disagree with Asmongold, right? Which is what people are very scared about politics. Do you think Asmon is secretly a Nazi while pretending to be aware? It doesn't matter, in my opinion. Like, personally, I don't care whether or not Asmongold is ideologically a Nazi or not. Right? It does not matter. What I do know is that his audience are Nazis, and Asmongold is fine with that. That's all I know. That's all I know. If it was Hasan talking about it, it'd be seen as drama too, no? No, I don't think so, actually. It would be seen as like political differences. Because Hasan has talked about Asmongold doing this before, and it was seen not as drama, but as politics. There's a reason why nobody spoke up about it beforehand, even though Hasan has been talking about Asmongold's community for a while. Right? And so LSF will latch onto it as like drama, but like other creators won't like, touch on it. But it will be seen as like a political disagreement, essentially. Which is partially why I think other creators also has not talked about Asmongold either. You feel me? So maybe from the audience perspective, yes, but like from the streamer perspective, no. That's probably my favorite streamer. I wish he never joined ATK. He's only one there with good vibes. I mean, I understand it. I get it. It's a huge opportunity, right? And I'm not in Will's head. I don't know why Will makes the decisions that he makes, but I can understand from a streamer perspective why you would do so.
Sucked. Especially for me, I know those people. I love those people. And I always want to do what I can to make sure they can hang on to their livelihoods.
On this note, I want to talk about this because this applies to Will and Nick. And I think part of the reason why they might not have talked about this prior is because maybe they were under the assumption, and I think this goes more for Nick, because I remember Nick saying this about like LSF, right? But they're under the assumption that if they don't talk about it, it won't blow up to be as big of a story as it gets when people do talk about it, which means that it will have a less of an impact, even if the rhetoric is still bad, right? So if Asmongold says something bad and it stays in LSF drama threads, and we see it here and we pick up on it and we say it's bad, then that's fine because the sponsors don't see it. But then if the sponsors do see it, if like Nick talks about it and Will talks about it and everyone talks about it, Tectone talks about it, and Tips comes out and talks about it, and then Keen starts talking about it, and then it gets back to the sponsors, and then sponsors pull out, then the people that they know's livelihood will be impacted, right? And so keeping it, at a smaller level would be protecting the livelihood of the people who work at the organization, right? Yeah, contained. And so I do understand that. I do understand that talking point, which is why I didn't disagree with Nick when he said it, right? The problem is that you can't keep the lid on a boiling pot forever, right? You can't do it. It will eventually explode. And that's where we're arriving at with this. Because we haven't addressed Asmongold as an industry earlier, it got to a point where he cultivated a very outwardly and open Nazi audience, and he's placating to it. And now it's become a bigger issue because he's been doing this for months at this point. If they didn't want to deal with it, they need to deal with Asmon. Yes. 100%. I need the world to know that Power Software has Jack Black energy, and I hated both off rip. I had to get off my chest. That's totally fair, honestly. If you don't do the work to protect your brand, you can't be upset when your brand eventually takes the hit. Hasn't Nick talked about how horrible Asmon's audience is? Yes, Nick has talked about it. Right? And so and that's why I totally understand. I totally get where they're coming from. And honestly, it's not an easy decision to make, right? Because Asmongold is the biggest streamer in OTK. He is. He is. He is the biggest streamer in OTK, right? I can acknowledge what that means, and I can acknowledge the fact that Asmongold is the biggest streamer in OTK, and I can acknowledge that it's a hard decision to make, while also acknowledging that despite all of that, it should have been done originally, and it should still be done now, because it will only get worse. What do you think about Asmon denying he's not the biggest political streamer right now? He's denied it. It's very obviously the case. Is he denying it, saying that he's not the biggest, or denying it, saying that he's not a political streamer? Right, I understand that, but most of these viewers, they are there for far ABS. He says he isn't political. Oh, he's a liar. That's just the case. He's a liar. That is a falsehood. You get the sign of the biggest political streamer is not political.
For the
Trump and Elon, legacy video will not divide us. Ice raids create ghost town across the NYC. JD Vance warning to Europe. You're turning totalitarian. Trump is crashing out. RFK becomes the Trump's national health secretary. Look what's happening in this country. Trump is already talking about Putin. Like, sure, he still does gaming videos. ING is crazy for this or whatever. But like, at least 40% of his videos, his output on his main channel are political. 40%. If not more. I don't think he's telling that lie intentionally. I think he's telling that lie to himself, like so many others who say I'm not political. But there's a difference between like Pirate Software apolitical and Asmongold apolitical. He's very clearly political. Very clearly political. Like his I played this game video has 200,000 likes. I played this game video, 500,000 likes. Trump crashing out, 1 million views. Sorry, not likes, views. Right? JD Vance, warning to Europe, 1 million views. Ice Raids, 1 million views. Elden Ring Nightreign. One of the most anticipated games. Not one of the most anticipated games, but like a very anticipated game. Because it's Elden Ring property. 300K views. You know what I mean? Like, he's very clearly political. So that's a lie. I'm not sure I care. And by the way, I'm just trying to say that he's delusional. I think like he may be delusional, right? He may genuinely believe that he's not political. I don't believe he believes that. I think he's just saying that because, you know. But yeah.
So just know that we're trying to make changes to make it a better org. And you'll probably hear more about that in the future, the immediate future. And if we can't make it a better place, if we can't make it a happier, healthier place, then I'll have to reevaluate where I stand.
Chill. This is Will standing by his morals. Chat, relax. Take a breath. Right? He's saying that either Asmon goes or I go. That's essentially what's being said here, right? And that's what we need. That is what we need. We need things like this. This is good. This is a good thing. This is somebody saying like, we're making changes. We see what you're saying, and we will evaluate accordingly. Right? He's saying it in a, you know, I don't want to say PR speak way, but like in a way that's not clipped to be like drama or whatever. right? But that's essentially what he's saying. You know? Yeah, in a very careful way. And this is something we should be, I don't want to say applauding, because I don't want to be like, yeah, you know, kick Asmongold out, because I don't want it to seem like drama, right? I know I cover it like it's drama, but like the things that he's doing here is insane. He says this would be way more impactful, but now he's doing a Saudi sponsor. Should be like this, for better or for the worse, have always been, statement like this, for better or for worse, always have to be layered. Yeah. He acknowledges that it would be an issue, and it's not one made up by the audience. It's slick, good move. It is an issue. You should appreciate that Will spoke out. Yeah, I do. Right? And like I will say that like Will's chat is so funny. And this is great. Get the message across, but communicate it in a way that doesn't turn off normies. Yeah. And like I think the part that's kind of like is weird to me, not about Will, but like about Asmongold specifically, is that he doesn't need to be doing this. Like if Asmongold gets kicked from OTK, he'll be totally fine. He'll be totally fine. Totally fine. You feel me? But like he could just go live and talk about like there needs to be more booba in video game, and he'll have the exact same amount of money, the exact same amount of viewers. You don't need an audience that says W Nazi or whatever. You don't need to do that. You don't need that. Right? And so I don't understand like what Asmongold gets from it. But you know, maybe he actually does believe it, you know? Maybe he actually does agree with it. I disagree. I mean, he won't have like you know, the Nazi viewership, but like he'll have the anti-DEI people, the people who like keep their Nazism down low, you know, keep it low. As in Richard is still living in a mold-infected childhood, a home, he would be more than fine if he stopped being content forever. That's true. As we started cleaning Israel and then went right wing, definitely started watching Jordan Peterson. Asmon step one is to fire all of his YouTube people. His editors were absolutely pushing right wing adjacent videos since very early on. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't. It starts from the top down. You know, Asmon can't get to the position where he fires his like Nazi editors. And his editors are Nazi editors, by the way. I want to point out that it's not conjecture. It's not you know, me calling everybody a Nazi. His editors are Nazi editors. Like, yeah. His editors are Nazis. I'm gonna scroll through my Twitter so I can find it. In the past that he's German, which is the opposite of Jew. His words, yeah, we looked at that as well. He said so many things that are just like, if anybody who had less than 10,000 viewers said the same thing, they'd be gone. They'd be gone. Okay, we're in August. We're still scrolling. July. Joe Biden dropped out. That did happen. Not to disrespect, minor. Nick Merck's blocking me. DJ Academics being a pedophile. Here, I found it. It was May 17th. Shout out to when Asmon called Nazi Nick Fuentes mildly right-leaning 2 weeks ago. Elon unbanned a white supremacist in quotes. Mildly right-leaning political commentator. You said we have a Vosh clip? You're not sure. From Asmongold subreddit. This entire link is cursed. It's a Vosh clip from the Asmongold subreddit.
Because Asmongold kind of seems to be a fucking idiot who just follows whatever path or trend he's given. Also, Asmongold's editor is a Nazi, which might be influencing him negatively. Elon recently unbanned Nick Fuentes on Twitter, and Asmongold's editor put that as Elon unbanned a, quote, white supremacist, end quote, mildly right-leaning political
Yeah, this is just my take. This is just my take.
Commentator Nick Fuentes. He's a
the worst league I can.
Nazi. Literally nobody but a Nazi would do that.
I mean,
because
he's correct on this. Yeah, this is Nazism. This is Nazi behavior. This is what a Nazi would do. Calling Nick Fuentes a mildly right-leaning political commentator, even as a joke or whatever, like that's Nazi behavior. His editor is a Nazi. He's a Nazi. Critical agreement with V? No. Critical agreement with me. He stole my take. I did it first. Vosh wants to be me so bad. Confirmed.
But that's all I'm gonna say about that, because I'm not trying to farm this. I don't even want to fucking talk about it. I don't.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I don't know if that's the end
Oh
of the
yeah, wow,
clip.
that's very cool.
Been able to. Thank you for.
As a continuation of that, and as a marker of my moniker, my effort, and my 5-year commitment to never talk about drama, that's all I'm gonna say. And I just want to make something clear to people, okay? When things happen
Oh, yeah,
that I
wow,
think are
that's very
important,
cool.
Neff.
in the real world important, I deal with them in the real world. I think a lot of people get lost in the blood sport of this platform. Creators fighting creators. And some people, to each their own. To each their own.
You know, Hasan and Will's chat. What do they say? Chat has done it too here, saying that like when we watched the Cinna clip, that like, oh, Cinna did what Hasan didn't have the courage to do or whatever. You feel me?
I don't want to get embroiled in that. All I am saying is that's not me.
Which I will say that like I understand and actually kind of agree with from Will's perspective. If you have a personal relationship with Asmongold, if you can talk to Asmongold privately to try to get him to stop, right? Then I think you should. You feel me? And I think that'll be more productive. Right? The only issue is when it looks or appears optically from the outside that you are co-signing the behavior, right? That like silences complacency. That's when it could benefit to do what Will is doing here and like make a public statement. You know what I mean? Because I can imagine or believe that a lot of people in OTV or OTK, or OTK adjacent, disagree with Asmongold on a lot of the statements that he makes and think that they're bad and abhorrent. You know? But like, when it appears to the audience that like you're fine with that behavior, like for example, like Emmy's one thing, but Nick and Will have openly disagreed in the past, and Soda even. That never looks weird to the people who are the target of the offense. What part never looks weird? I forget what I say as soon as I say it. So like, I'm gonna need some more context if you're referencing what I said. So now already got defense and the H3 going mental. He doesn't need the bald berserkers coming in too. I don't necessarily agree. My take on Hasan is more that I think because Hasan is outwardly political, Hasan's goal is just different. If you're apolitical, if you're someone who doesn't talk about politics, if you're like Will, then having that expectation that like you need to be contentious with Asmon is important to show that you don't agree with Asmon. You know what I mean? But Hasan, because he's outwardly political, can engage with Asmon and Asmon's audience in order to try to undo or walk back some of their radicalization and have the purpose for doing that. And I can understand where that comes from and how that's different than like somebody who's apolitical, you know? Some goals to change minds. You don't change minds by woke scolding them to death. Yeah, I don't think woke scolding applies here. They are Nazis. You know what I mean? And I'm only explaining what Hasan's goal is and what he's trying to do. I'm not saying I agree with it. These people are Nazis. Like, you allow people so much leeway to operate that they end up cultivating a Nazi audience. Like, maybe it's time to rethink your strategy if you consider that woke scolding. You know what I mean? If calling out Asmongold was woke scolding, look at where, not calling him out got us. You feel me? And so I can understand what Hasan is trying to do, right? And I can also acknowledge that, like, I'm not in Hasan's position. I'm not the largest or second largest now, shout out Asmongold, political commentator. I don't have to make these decisions. You know what I mean? And so I contextualize what Hasan tries to do with what I think is best. But regardless, I'm not Hasan. I'm not in that position. I can't tell Hasan what to do. And I don't know what is best. Right? Like, I don't know if Hasan was outwardly contentious and be like, F Asmongold, he's a Nazi, he has a Nazi community or whatever. We need to call him out. I don't know if doing that would have led to a different timeline to where this doesn't still happen, right? And I don't think there's any way to know if that's the case, right? My point is that the fact that as an industry and as like Twitch as an organization, as a company, and as a streaming landscape, we allowed Asmongold to cultivate this audience is how we've gotten there in the first place. You know what I mean? I think Hasan consistently calls him out when nobody else does. I don't know why everyone is on about. I think people are upset because this is something I've seen on Hostwit, right? And people, like, when the Senna clip was going viral, people being like, "Oh, Senna had the courage to do what Hasan would never do," or whatever. I think people are mad because Hasan wasn't more contentious to Asmon. Here's what I'll say for my Haas watchers out there. It's the category people are mad at. People are mad at Hasan the same way Hasan was like mad at Kendrick Lamar during the Super Bowl performance. Does that make sense? Not saying that Hasan was like mad at Kendrick Lamar, right? But people felt the way that they did about Hasan the same way that Hasan felt about Kendrick Lamar at the performance, right? There was an expectation, because Hasan is outwardly political, that he should have been harder on Asmongold, and he could have been harder on Asmongold. And the fact that he wasn't is like, why are you not doing this? Right? I'm not even saying that like either contingent is valid. I think Hasan was incorrect on that take. In the same way that I think the people who are mad at Hasan in this way are also not thinking about the full breadth of his coverage, right? But I think that's the way that people are mad about Hasan. Just frustration at perceived missed opportunities. Exactly. That's probably exactly how I would say it. Hasan needs to be more aggro. He has the facts. He just needs to go scorch earth. Idiots don't understand a logic. They understand force. The issue and where I will push back on that is just that, like, again, I don't know how successful that would have been. right? And I can understand Hasan's goal in the same way with Ethan. Like I can understand Hasan's goal with Ethan, which is doing outreach to the foot soldiers, reaching out to Ethan's audience and pulling in those audience away from radicalization. I can understand his goal there while disagreeing with his with the methods themselves. I understand what he's trying to do. And I will offer him charitability for doing what he's trying to do. You know what I mean? Even if I think I would operate differently. Being aggro is useless, I disagree with that too. I don't think being aggro is useless. I think it's necessary, especially when you're dealing with radicalization like this. You know what I mean? I think it's a nuanced conversation. It's not as simple as like Hasan is bad because he has kitty gloves with Ethan or with Asmon, or Hasan is unilaterally good because he's like using the kitty gloves to reach out to Asmon's audience. You know, I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's there's a level of nuance here, and we can have a conversation about the effective strategies for how best to deal with this, right? I don't think it's as simple as like Hasan is, you know, unilaterally correct, or Hasan is you know, allowing the Nazism to spread or whatever. You know what I mean? Recognize my statement like nuance. What's the play? I'm not saying I have a play. I don't have a play. I don't know. That's the problem. I think that's the issue. You guys are looking at what's the answer. Give me the answer. I'm saying that I don't know the answer. And it doesn't matter what my answer is because I'm not Hasan. Hasan is the only person who can make this decision. And I can do analysis about what I feel like should happen or what I think or how I see or interact with things, but it doesn't matter because we're not Hasan. We can't make that decision for him. Right? My only point is just analyzing the things that I see. You know what I mean? I'm just venting, not expecting you to have an answer. I mean, we're all venting. You know what I mean? This sucks. It sucks. This sucks. Looking out and seeing the third largest English-speaking streamer in the world cultivate an audience of Nazis and feeling like, hey, if only we all did something about this earlier, this would not be such a problem. It sucks. It does suck. Right? Because the problem is we saw it happen. We, as an audience, we saw it happen. We literally saw it happen. We saw this form in front of our eyes, right? And we saw nobody doing anything about it. It's kind of like Kamala Harris losing the election. We saw the Democrats completely throw the election, and we knew there was nothing we could have done about it previously, and there's nothing we can do about it now. And we just have to deal with the outcome. And it's like that. You know what I mean? It's like that. Like, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. It's bad that this is where we've arrived. You know? I think Hasan was charitable with Asmon the first time they talked because Asmon has been charitable to Hasan before. I think Hasan realizes after watching the clips that Asmon is also alright shit. The main problem is that Hasan doesn't really pay attention to Twitch outside of streaming. Wizards OTK is going to share something about this soon, so I'm waiting for a few days. Going hard on Asmon alienates his audience, allows for no growth of education. These are Nazis, chatter. They're Nazis. They're Nazis. And Asmon is placating them and cultivating that community. I'm not saying people can't grow and change, but you cannot allow Nazis to grow as Nazis. Like, you're talking about them growing, like as in growing up. I'm saying they're growing as like a tumor. They're spreading. They're spreading. Yeah, they're festering. Like a disease. Did you guys hear I was Asmon placating Nazis? Read his chat. Read his chat. I just want you to read it. When they're talking about Nazis. Not curtailing this behavior is placating Nazis. His comment section on YouTube is worse. Yeah, his editor is a Nazi, which his editor is a Nazi, just straight up. This shit, was stomped out of me when I was a kid. Everyone has Hitler particles, and these people are growing it. Yeah. Like I feel comfortable saying that his editors are 100% Nazis, and his audience. I don't also wonder who took the screenshot because like who is subscribed to Asmongold. So I don't think I took the screenshot. I think only Twitch can do something about it. You can't talk sense into XQC. You can't into Asmon. I mean, yeah, but like, again, you don't talk sense about it. You call it out. You alienate this. You know what I mean? You put it over there. You don't allow them into your space. From a streamer's perspective, if you as a streamer are around Asmon or adjacent to Asmon and you don't say no Nazis, guess where these people are going when Asmon's offline? They're going to you. And now if they feel like if they say Nazi things and they don't see you push back on it, they're gonna bring their Nazi friends. You know? And then they're gonna push out the normal viewers who aren't Nazis who watch you, and then they're gonna bring their Nazi friends, right? And they're gonna bring more Nazi friends. Like, and then you have a Nazi community. You've cultivated a Nazi space. You feel me? I think we saw this yesterday as well. Yeah, we looked at this yesterday.
From where I'm standing, it doesn't necessarily matter.
These teenagers being edgy. One of my friends responded like that when I raised concern. You think saying W Nazis is teenagers being edgy? Is it weird that 10 to 15 years ago Nazis would say things? Saying that thing would take you out of the realm of conversation, but now it brings in more crazies. I mean, it was the same back then too. Like, it was a lot more subtle. It was, you say Nazi things and like people get mad at you, but like you imply Nazi things and then Nazis come and follow you. Like Milo Yiannopoulos, right? Stefan Molyneux, freaking Nick Fuentes, they were things 10, 15 years ago. They were around a decade ago, right? It was a lot more like implied Nazism, and then like it just brings people in. And now like they feel comfortable just like straight out, oh, I'm Nazi, I'm a Nazi, I'm a Nazi, or whatever. The duality inside and out between Asmon and Hasan is crazy. Not to bring a personal insult to here. Asmon viewers are not kids, they're growing up divorced dads. He's a WoW streamer. I mean, I'm sure there are also kids in here as well, right? Like in this stream. But like, you can't even allow like joke Nazis. It's like what I was talking about with the salute. You feel me? Once you start bringing in, and by now it was just as bad in my opinion. I mean, you were an adult back then. I was like 15, so I only saw it from that perspective as a 15-year-old.
From where I'm standing, it doesn't necessarily matter if he is personally ideologically invested in Nazi ideology versus entertaining it, because at this point you have opened up your environment to Nazis. Like you are giving them a space to occupy and to operate. It doesn't matter. Like your intention at that point doesn't matter at all. Okay? Like it very quickly moves from haha, we're just being edgy here to like holy shit. And I think it's virtually there. So there's no difference. There's no difference in that regard. You're normalizing heinous shit. From where
starting from the POV of seeing the best people isn't a bad thing. The world needs more of it. Yeah, but you don't see the best in Nazis. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, you got to call it what it is, right? And in my opinion, this comes from a place of privilege. It comes from a place of privilege, right? As somebody who's grown up being black for 24 years, right? It's very hard to see the best in people when they're screaming the N-word at you. You know what I mean? Like, that was my red line. That was a line that you just don't cross, right? If I'm watching a content creator and they're like boom, N-word, I'm just like, all right, that's enough for me. Turning that off and going to sleep. You know what I mean? grow and change, yeah, and I would allow them to grow and change if I feel like they've demonstrated change, right? But like, it's very hard to see the best in people when like they are attacking your identity directly. You know what I mean? It's very difficult, very difficult. Have that with Islamophobia, yeah, it's very difficult. Which is why I appreciate Hasan for what he brings to the space, right? He's the person who does the outreach to other people, which is why I will defend him doing that outreach to other people. That's not my job. You feel me? That's not my position here. I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm doing. You see the best in people once they've showed their best. Don't make it up. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of problem is that like a lot of people project on, this is what I said about Ethan. A lot of people project what they want to believe on other people, right? And then get mad at the people who don't believe that. You know what I mean? Like, again, I showed you guys yesterday a clip of me from over a year ago calling out Ethan. It was October 12th, 2023. And I'll show it again. Let's see. Start date. December, November, October. October. Is this the one? This is when I had 4,000 followers on Twitch. October 12th, 2023. Right? Totally not elevating this. Like at all. You know what? Nuke Hoscourt. Nuke it. Oh, wait. Nuke it from the face of existence. This isn't the right one. Quite literally. Like a huge problem that we see with Hoscourt, and it's just not addressed, which is why they have invites turned off, is that you have like these like sleeper Asian. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one. This is me just saying Nuke Hoscourt, which fair. He's close enough to our leftists. He's better than like 90% of the country, right? He's a social democrat. He's still learning. No. No. He needs to be checked. I agree. I agree. I agree. Somebody needs to say something to him. And if nobody's going to do it, I'll do it.
They say that
was October. I agree with you, but if you called him out then and you still call him out now, who's checking him? Nobody. That's my issue. Nobody's checking him. I was a nobody. I had 4,000 followers here. I was calling him out and nobody was listening. Nobody. It was, oh, hustle Ethan, hustle Ethan, hustle Ethan. He's still learning. He's still growing. And look at what Ethan's doing now. He's jerking off to Hasan in the tub, okay? Maybe I was correct. I was right. Somebody should have checked him then. Somebody should have checked him then. All it was is, oh, he's a social democrat. Oh, he's almost there. Oh, he's almost there. Oh, he's still learning. And look at where that got us. Look at where that got us. Jeez Louise. Many Brave Souls banned from Hasan chat around that time. Like, I remember watching the leftovers conversation and just seeing the chats be like, hustle Ethan, hustle Ethan, hustle Ethan. We love you, Ethan. I'm like, who is we? Like I said, you're gonna tunnel at this point. Let's try some other methods instead than yapping. Fuck you, fuck off. I was right. I was correct. Fuck you. Fuck you. Listen to me and cut these fuckers off. Fuck you, chatter. How about you try sucking my fucking dick from behind and from the front? How about you listen to me and actually are contentious to these people when you should be? If we called out Asmongold instead of waiting until he had an entire Nazi community as the third largest streamer on the platform, last year when I was calling him what he was, May 17, 2024, we wouldn't be at this problem. We wouldn't be here in the first place. So no, my methods are not wrong. My methods are correct. My methods are right. The problem is y'all aren't there yet. Because there is some refusal to listen to the marginalized people who are actually impacted by the rhetoric that these creators are spewing. That's the problem. Y'all don't want to listen to black people. All right, let's call it like it is. It's Black History Month. Y'all do not want to listen to black people. Black people will tell you something is racist. Black people will tell you something is unacceptable. And y'all will be like, oh, just give them grace. Give them grace, give them space. Y'all aren't here. Y'all aren't here. That's the problem. Because it doesn't affect you. You allow it to fester and grow till it becomes a problem. It was a problem with Ethan, and it's a problem with Asmon. That's the issue. That's the issue. I was calling out Ethan, and I was correct to do so. When people were coming into my chat for over a year, being like, oh, but Ethan's still a social democrat. Oh, he's still learning and growing. You have to give him space to grow. And look at where that got us. Ethan got an entire podcast of Eric's band because they made a hummus tier list going on a crusade against any leftist on the platform. How much of a social democrat is he now? It's almost like I called this when it would happen in the first place. I don't know. They're seeing the best in people and then allowing the worst people to fester, using charitability as an excuse to not correct behavior. Failing to face this head on is demonstrating care for that person, is demonstrating indifference. Yeah. Yeah.
John the Black says, she's my African princess.
MKI train girl.
You got Do Not Worry banned? Is that recent? You got Do Not Worry banned, like on YouTube? Like, just, my point is not that people can't change, right? My point is that if you have and I've said this consistently. I think this is my most referenced clip from my YouTube channel ever, right? It's in a video about how the left should deal with alt-right radicalization, and I talk about this specifically. Angel, we seek to upend the status quo. Well, how do we attract them? You may be asking. Well, firstly, we will never attract support as easily as the right by doing what the right does. See above paragraph. And in an attempt to do so, many leftists will antagonize the marginalized communities that they claim to care about to attract the 12-year-old white edgy demographic. You will weaponize misogyny, weaponize transphobia, weaponize racism to get whatever dunk or ohm you wanted at the time to appeal to that demographic, all while alienating the communities that you claim to care about. So great. Now you have an entire community around you that claims to be leftist, but let a trans person speak to you the wrong way. Let a black woman cross you and we see the truth. We see what happens when you grow a following of former alt-right teams who have failed to reflect and properly address their bigotry. And I personally don't like it. There's a reason why a lot of leftists got so defensive at this tweet. I don't know, something about shoe sizes or something like that. But to answer the question, the best way to reach these men is to meet them at the points of marginalization that they do face, their class position. Even white men have their labor exploited under this mode of production. They hate their bosses too. They are faced with poverty and they're straddled with debt just like the rest of us, and we provide a solution to that. The right gives them solutions that are shrouded in bigotry. You were fired unjustly from your job? The right will tell you that an immigrant took it instead of your boss deciding that your livelihood was overhead that they were willing to cut. The right will tell them that they need to be mad at trans kids, that women are out to destroy their careers with false accusations, and that black people are inherently violent and the driver behind crime. They thrive off of the culture war because they don't actually have the best interests of anybody except for the ruling class at heart. So don't engage with the culture war, because you will lose that fight. The best way to reach these men is to show them that we, as the left, truly have their best interests at heart. The right gives them lies. We give them the truth. That's it. That's old Sean. The second half wasn't really important, but I think it wasn't really important to this discussion, but I think it's important in general, so that's why I played it. Right? But the point is that oftentimes we, in order to deal with alt-right radicalization, will allow a level of bigotry to fester, right, in the effort of trying to change people's minds. The problem with that, right, is that we are allowing somebody who is definitionally bigoted in our space. We're like, oh, you're transphobic. You know what? You can be transphobic over here, right? With the idea of like, maybe we'll convert them in the future, right? There's a reason why a lot of left-wing spaces are oftentimes anti-black. There's a reason why a lot of leftists, you know, who are progressive in general are, you know, anti-trans as well, right? Or at least not as pro-trans that they would have liked to have seemed or pretended that they were, right? Because we bring in these people with these bigoted beliefs with the intention of converting them while them not being converted yet. And so the rhetoric that they're spewing while being in our space is still bigoted rhetoric. Does that make sense? There has to be a level of checks and balances, just like waving a bigotry wand over them when they walk in and be like, oh, this is the N-word. You can't bring the N-word into the left-wing space, all right? We're going to throw this away, and now you can go in, all right? Really? Transphobia? No, you can't have this here. We're throwing it away. All right, have fun in. That's it. That's all that's expected, right? You can't be like, all right, we're the left. We open and we accept everybody. Come on in. 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 That cool armband there. Come on in. Like, no, you stop them and you take that armband off of them and then you let them in the space. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. You at least have to have them demonstrate that they don't want to wear their armband anymore. Right? You at least got to ask them, hey, are you fine with taking your armband off if you go in here? This is a no armband space. And if they say no, then you say, all right, we got to hold you off right there. All right? Take that armband off and then you can come in. I'd ask them if they understand why they lose the armband. Sure. The minimum is that they can't have their armband in there. Right? Why is left so focused on conversion instead of organizing or executing projects with the people we already have? Because a lot of them people on the left are former alt-right people. You know what I mean? And this is my biggest issue with the left. The biggest issue is that we have people who are former alt-right people, former racists, former Nazis, speaking on behalf of marginalized people, right? A good example of this, and somebody that I'm not a fan of, is what's his face? And we'll get to pirate software in a second. We'll start that in like 2 minutes. His name is like Dean Withers. This guy. Dean Withers is the worst type of Dean Withers is the worst type of woke white person you can get.
You call people racist when you yourself has said racist slurs. Y'all think it's okay to be racist as long as you apologize?
You think I'm hypocritical because I went from being racist to non-racist because I fulfilled the 3 qualities of accountability, apology, and genuine change in my character, and yet you think I'm hypocritical because I call out other individuals that have not fulfilled those 3 qualities and have been unapologetically racist since the 70s, such as Donald J. Trump. That is not hypocrisy. That is fact, sir. You only want to call it hypocrisy to obfuscate away from the fact that this 20-year-old white boy on TikTok and YouTube can hold himself to a higher degree of accountability than the president of the United States of America.
You call people racist.
Why is he a child? I do think that's kind of funny because he's 20 years old. He's kind of spitting. My problem is, why is he a voice for the left? Why is somebody who was racist 2 years ago now a wide voice speaking on behalf of the left, okay? There are black people who were experiencing the racism that he was doing, who are also 20 years old, who are now not a voice for the left, right? But because he is a voice, because like, oh, I am the best person to speak to other races because I used to be racist. Where's the racism proof? He's admitting it. He is admitting it in this video. And there is proof of him like saying the N-word and stuff, right? But he's admitting in this video, he's saying that he used to be racist. Right? He used to be racist. Like he said it. He said it in this video. Right? But that's my problem. 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 Is that the same people who get to be bigoted as a child and get to grow and learn, right? Which is why I respect Ian. What Ian did is what I believe is like the best person I've seen who had a problematic racist past who didn't change. Ian left the internet. iDubbbz did, racist comedy, right? Said slurs and stuff, left the internet for 2 years, came back with an apology, and then changed his content, right? It wasn't, oh, I was racist, 2 months ago, and then I said I'm sorry. Now I get to speak about how I used to be racist and get a bunch of clout from it. You know what I mean? And we on the left applaud this. We throw them clout. We throw them support. Black people throw support to people who were just saying slurs. Just saying slurs. Literally just saying slurs 2 months ago. And then he said N-word in recent debates. I actually don't know about that. Maybe he might have, right? We did apply Asmon's change 2 weeks ago. And I said, listen, I'll listen and see if he changes. Hopefully he does, right? We took like Ethan's tears for crying defending genocide as him caring about Palestinians. And it was like, guys, don't be mean to Ethan. He's changed. Look at him. He's crying now. He's so emotional. That's my problem. That's my issue. There's never any substantive change. There's never any demonstration of change that needs to be had in order to allow for, if I'll say it, white people to grow and be leftists, okay? You know what it does exist for? The black people. You know what I mean? The trans people. Like the people who are marginalized, who were right-wing, who then become left-wing, have a lot more of a, they're not changed, they're not different, than like, this. So I don't claim the left isn't your speaking facts. Like, it's just... Yeah, watch how fast chat gets when being super critical when Hasan covers Kai. Yes, right. Now I think Kai has his issues, right? I'm not defending Kai here, but like a better example is Your Rage, right? Because Your Rage has decent politics, but just watch the chat. Watch the chat talk about speed 5 months ago. Watch the chat talk about speed 5-6 months ago. Now it's a little bit different, but watch the chat talk about speed 5 months ago. Anytime speed was on stream, it was, oh, loud equals funny. Oh, why do people like this? Oh, why are we watching this? You know what I mean? Let's talk about something, interesting or different. Or, but like Ethan on stream, hostile Ethan. Ethan's changed. You know what I mean? It's very interesting to me. Very interesting to me. I'm not the only one who noticed the difference in charitability offered. Nope, you are not. You are not. You are not. I bite my tongue. I believe Speed is around the same age as the Dean guy, mind you. He is. I think Speed maybe 21. But I think they're like around the same age. Yeah. But like people still hold on to like Speed and what he did in the past, but like this guy is like a voice for the left now. You know what I mean? Even like going to Hasan talking about Speed now, there are still chatters being like, oh, do you know what he did in the past though? I can't forgive him for that. But like this guy saying anti-black slurs, not even brought up. Not even brought up. Not even in contention, not even in conversation. You know what I mean? On the boat, I'm sorry. I'm not even saying you can't hold on to both. I still think that people can grow and change, right? I think people can grow and change, and I'm down for allowing. I think Speed has had good growth, and I will call out, and I'll be fair. I will call it when I believe Speed has grown. So what's your problem with this guy or the audience? Both. I have a problem with the audience for giving this person the platform, and I have a problem with this guy for defending genocide. That's a separate conversation, though. That's a separate conversation. But you need to demonstrate change. This kid clearly isn't showing that. I mean, he's debating about it, apparently. Right? He doesn't say slurs anymore. He's also 20 years old. Ethan is 40. Because he's also a Zionist. I mean, he's a huge Kamala Harris defender. So do what you will with that information. Anyway, this. I got on the we hate purity testing, but it's necessary. My take is literally just that we need to have some level, right? Some standard, especially for people who are, like coming into our space. That's just it. I don't know if you need to call it purity testing. Just some standard. People show change without showing regret. They need an apology. Apology is the first step. They don't have to like be like, oh, I'm so apologetic, black people, let me kiss your feet or whatever. I regret what I've done. But like there needs to be a, hey, there were things that I said. I apologize for those things that I said. And I will try to be better. And then work needs to be done following that. You also don't get to forgive yourself. Exactly, that too as well. There needs to be time. Thank you, chatter. Exactly what I was gonna say. There needs to be time. There needs to be apology in time, right? You can't say the N-word and then be like, you can have the best apology in the world the night after you said the N-word, and then turn around and then pretend like you're like, yeah, I'm anti-racist now. There needs to be some time, some internalization, some understanding, some work done, right? Between you doing the act and you being forgiven or not being forgiven and allowed to operate in the space. You stay at the door for a while. Yeah, you stay at the door, you know? You may be like, that's not fair. Hey, why does Johnny get to just walk in? I'm like, well, Johnny didn't say the N-word, all right? Dean, I'm sorry, you said the N-word. You gotta stand at the door, 5 minutes, think about what you've done, and then you can walk in. You feel me? Like, that's just it. Like, this is what I don't understand. That's what I don't get. That's why I hate the idea like, oh, well, everybody had a problematic past. Everybody has been racist in the past. You know, it's just like, it's a factor of history. I'm just like, who is everybody? I've been a victim of racism since I was a kid. Like, at no point where I was just like, yeah, I had my racist phase. I've always been a leftist. I mean, I was a liberal. I didn't even know leftism existed. But I still was like, hey, maybe let's not be racist to people, actually. I'm actually against that. They already pressed this by saying you don't blame Hasan for this, but I'll say Hasan's reasoning for allowing this professor is that he's charitable and allowing He's always willing to be patient and give people space and allow them to grow. But it's also why can be easily exploited and why so many people use this against him to derail his streams like on a daily basis. Yeah, Hasan, I think I give Hasan a lot of leeway, and I think Hasan is a different story because I don't think Hasan allows bigotry to fester in his community in the same way that I've seen other streamers do it. I think that's different. Where I see it happen is with other streamers, and I do understand his trying to convert other streamers' audiences. Right? Hasan kind of like toes the line for me between like being super aggro, not allowing anything, even remotely like allowed bigotry in his space, and completely allowing it, like I've seen from like Vosh's community. Right? Like Vosh saying the N-word to show his interlocutors that like their word doesn't affect him. Like that's unacceptable to me. It's why I don't watch Vosh. Right? I think Hasan strikes a balance that I'm fine with and I'm okay with, even if I think he can go harder. That's why I view Hasan. That's what Hasan says. He's trying to reach at least one person in the audience, and not whoever he's debating. Yeah, and I can understand that. Even if I could disagree with that from my personal perspective, I can understand that. He never ignores bigotry, but isn't exactly 100% merciless about it. Yeah. He doesn't allow defense, but he does prioritize people trying to convert in his rhetoric over marginalized communities. I think, yeah. And I can disagree with it personally, and I can have my own things that I focus on as a creator while understanding what he's trying to do and being fine with it. Right? I think Hasan is necessary because I think somebody needs to do that. I'm not going to do it. Chat, I've been very clear. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be the person doing outreach to like alt-right people to convert them. And I'm not explaining my humanity to Nazis. I'm not doing it. That's a line that I've drawn in the sand for me personally. I'm not doing it. Right? Somebody needs to do it. And if Hasan can do it, if Hasan can do it very well, I respect that. And I'm 100% for that, which is why I think Hasan is necessary. Right? But I'm not doing it. Hasan's good for the white part of the funnel? Yes. You really can't. It has to be a white guy. It doesn't necessarily have to be a white guy. Especially as like, okay, I'll say that it doesn't have to be a white guy. It can't be a black person. Particularly. Right? Or like, it'd be very difficult for a black person to operate in that role. Hello all, I don't like that white boy. Me neither. You're in the right place. It's gonna take us years to do it, yeah. I think that's exactly why he does it. Yeah, and again, this is why I like Hasan. I respect Hasan. The purpose of Hasan as a white man, he says as much that he uses his identity as a cishet white man to be the person to reach out. Yeah. Would you say that FD kind of does that? Differently. FD is not trying to reach out to alt-right people. You know what I mean? FD is reaching out to normies, right? And explaining like leftist concepts to them. People who like listen to hip hop or rap. He brings them in and then explains patriarchy and stuff. Like, that's what he does. I think FDs are for people who are already educated. I think FDs for people who are like after Hasan. Right? Maybe even after me. I don't know where I fit in the funnel. I'm somewhere in there. You know what I mean? My goal is to take the people after Hasan gets done with them and explain to them like, hey, you're still racist, by the way. Gotta fix that. Right? Hasan brings them in, lets them in the door. I'm security. Hold on for a second. This is the N-word. You can't say this here. Get that out of here. All right, now go in there to FD. He's gonna teach you something. that's my perspective. Backroom security. Yeah, I'm loss prevention, but for the leftist space. Anyway, okay. I've been holding out on you, chat. I've been burying the lead. What does this have to do with pirate software? He's in the title. I know y'all want to know. What does this have to do with pirate software? White people do steal inward passes? I know. I'm bad at my job. So, after this had came out and Grimo's tweet went viral, there were a lot of people who made tweets like this. How does it affect Elicon's clothing brand? Great question. At Power Software, please consider that your choice of at Power Software, please consider that your choice of platform is not apolitical. And I believe Power Software responded to this. Yeah. He said, number one, talking to Asmongold about a video game to review and dispel lies about that game is not platforming their ideology or political opinions. It's a conversation about a game between two people that primarily have gamer audiences in the MMO genre. Number two, I would do it again. In case in case you just hopped in before I read this, we got here from Asmongold's audience being a Nazi audience. We can go back to that later. But the reason for me to dislike Power Software, despite not really knowing much about Power Software, watch my newest video, chat. Does Power Software not understand his audience may go to Asmon and watch him be influenced by him? He doesn't care. I have a video about my problem with Pirate Software that talks about him doing exactly this. Stuff just like this. But like stuff exactly like this. For some reason. I don't know why he does it. Oh my goodness, he wrote a whole manifesto, bro. At Power Software, just chatting shit with my apolitical friends, not much. I would do this. I would do it again. It's disgusting, not gonna lie. Under those circumstances, I would absolutely have that conversation again. Here's why. Prior to me being on with him, another creator was defaming the developers in the game we talked about, as Asmongold didn't have an understanding of the game and he couldn't refute the claims. It was being bashed to 50,000 plus people, which is a death sentence for games of this size and having it at this early alpha development stage. I reached out to Asmon and I have 500 plus hours in the game and could refute the lies. I went on, talked about the game, showed the present information is false, and left. The conversation transformed from L game scam to people wanting to try and have a genuinely interested. It saved developers from undue false hatred and months of ridicule over lies. This is no way platform hateful rhetoric, or nor does it empower it. The conversation is entirely about the game and cleared up misinformation to an audience magnitudes larger than mine. This is absolutely worth it to me. If you don't know much about our community, you'll find that any speech that like that is banned immediately, both on stream and in Discord. We also have automation to shut it down before most of it before it starts. While my initial comment was too swift, I hope it added more context to you. And so the part that I think is funny is that if you just click on his profile and go to his replies, he goes, he replies a lot. He replies a lot. Just a bunch. All of these are him replying to this specific situation. Just, it's still going, by the way. 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 This is where it starts. Here. From here, all the way to here is him replying to people defending his decision to collab with Asmongold. I just want to go through a few of these. Because, like, all he has to say is, this is bad. I disavow. I condemn Asmongold. That's all he has to say. sitting down with Adolf Hitler. Tell me what are your thoughts on the Austrian artist. Firstly, you can read this. Secondly, you already know the context. You already know the content of this. Everyone I don't like is Hitler. Oh, so he's just denying Asmongold being like a Nazi. He literally did the meme. Like, is he saying that these people aren't Nazis? Is that what his take is? His take is that the people in this screenshot aren't Nazis? Is he saying that Asmongold is not doing a Nazi apologia? He's doing Nazi apologia, which, you know, if you don't know math, you know, it's Nazi apologia squared. He's a Nazi apologist. Hey, man, I understand you're coming from, but it's not that simple. Asmon is, wait. All right. Asmon is a political figure and a political commentator, much like Hasan, Tucker Carlson, or the Quartering. That's such a funny spread of people. Even when you're talking about games, they are inherently themselves still a political content creator. No, it's clearly like it's quite literally that simple. Read the following. I'm not saying everyone I don't like is Hitler, Thor, baby brain shit. You're better than that. I'm saying that somebody who actively tries to revise the Holocaust and demonize LGBTQ people is doing Hitler's work. If you can't prove me wrong, say that instead. That's quite literally not what you said. You say we're gonna have a real conversation about that and cut the shit and stop acting like this. I'll get much better responses. Doesn't also deny the fact that, like, you know, what he's saying is Nazi behavior. Where'd it go? Why did it shoot me down here? Oh, here. This is a change where we talk about type. Oh, yeah, I saw Cadenza's post on it as well, which we'll get to in a second. We're going to go through this point by point by point, just to make sure I don't miss anything. One, that primary gamer audience. One, that's primarily gamer audience up there, dude. Fuck off. Two, Mal, you don't even you deserve everything people say about your dumbass then. During his political content, I absolutely do not, and I definitely do not approve of this shit. We had talked about the video game right after the game and developers were bashing on his channel. I said the record straight on his game, the devs, and lies about the content. If you want to make this political, then you're only doing so to cause y'all and push a narrative by his other content. All he has to do is just disavow. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, he does, like, this is like, what is this defense thing? I guess he said, like, during his political content, I absolutely definitely don't approve of this. Not saying, like, I mean, I guess sure, you know, in my opinion, you can go harder, but, like, I guess you can say that's a condemnation. He doesn't approve of the Nazi behavior. He defends the collab, though. Yeah, I mean, it's a joke how you sat down with the Holocaust denier to discuss video games. Do I need to explain to you what a joke is? I already explained this well enough in this post. You glossed over. You want to make this interaction political despite no politics being discussed, platformed, or pushed? Like, dog. What you have to understand is that, like, Nazism, in my personal opinion, supersedes, like, oh, you can have your political beliefs and I can have my political beliefs. Like, Nazism is a bit too far for that. All he has to do is say, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have talked to somebody who's doing Nazi apologia. He did the same thing about 2 people killed in a hardcore WoW and couldn't say he could have done more and he was wrong. Yeah, because he can't say he was wrong, which is something I talk about in this video as well. Everything about pirate software, when it comes to, like, Jason mentioned, comes to, like, stop killing games, or when it comes to, like, this Asmongold, I talk about this Asmongold situation. He cannot ever say that he is incorrect. He's saying separate the art from the artist, that Asmon is the artist, and his art is Nazism and genuine game industry. Yeah. Why your current life makes it really hard to see you. I don't know why that is. Probably because that thing. Here, let me fix it real quick, so I don't dox myself. I'm back. I ain't curtains. Also, I'm wearing white. So my white balance is trying to white me out or darken me out. I went to heaven. That's how it is. Negative opinion of something with nobody there to say otherwise. Oh, he's doing the, oh, only one side of the story was allowed. So this is why you need Asmongold to talk about it or whatever. He says, Thor, dude, I really dug your shorts and became a fan of you. Why can't you say, at least say you denounce what Asmongold has said regardless of your video game interactions with them? How's that difficult? Whenever I ever said I approve of any political stances from anyone on the internet under any circumstances? Bro. When I get into political discussions, we can have a talk. Not interested in doing so because everyone has something they want to push. Talk about someone just, bro, he still can't do it. He still can't do it, bro. He still can't do it. This person was like, hey, can you just say you just denounce what he said? He's saying, when have I ever said that I agree with what somebody has ever said politically? Find me one time where I say that I agree with somebody politically. You can't, because I don't do politics. Like, it's a tacit endorsement, bro. You collabing with Asmongold while he's doing Nazism is you endorsing said Nazism. It means that you are okay with that Nazism. The Twitter replies are literally political, discussing politics. Yeah. Like, you're absolutely right about Thor. He can never be wrong in his mind. I have a programmer friend who acts like this, which is insane because, like, maybe that's why I'm a bad programmer. Maybe I need to be more self-centered and narcissistic. And then I'd be a good programmer. Even my code sucks. Maybe that's what it is. It helps in a lot of STEM. You know, programming is a team sport, but have you considered that, like, pirate software? Confirmed. You also gotta never have sex. It's a bit late for that, honestly. It's a bit late for that, honestly. Tell your mom. Got him. Wait, he replied again? He replied a second time 3 minutes ago? I just saw you deleted one of the tweets you responded to. Wait, which one? There's a reason why I opened this up so I can see all the posts. Which one did he delete? Sandwiches? He deleted the post that Sam responded to? He did! It was, the response to this post. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. We looked at it on stream, and I don't know where it is now. Oh, it's the one. No, it's the one I ratioed too. It's the one where he said, "I'll do it again." That's the one. He deleted the one where he said, "I'll do it again." That's the one. 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 What did Sam say? Sam just said down, 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 thumbs up, or thumbs down. This post. He deleted it and then posted this one. Again, I guess. Yeah, it was a down thumbs up. You're sitting. I was playing Pyro was a little off. I missed the drama. Can you give me a quick recap of what's happening? Forefront in the kitchen is so funny to me. Me too. It's one of my favorite phrases. But yeah, it's the one where he was like talking to Asmongold about a video game to review and dispel lies about the video game is not platform ideology. Da, 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 da. And then it says number. And then it said 2. It said I'd do it again. It's in the VOD. It's in the VOD. So you can go back into the VOD where I had it on the screen and then take a screenshot of it then. But yeah, he did delete that post. Interesting. Go to valid, go back to 20 minutes in VOD, 20, 25 minutes. Yeah. Somebody in chat can do it and then send me a clip of it and we can take a look at it. That's crazy. Yeah, it's right here. Good thing I sent it to my buddy in Discord right before the delete. Yeah. Oh, geez Louise. I thought that was something else, chat. Oh God. Oh God, my entire streaming life flashed before my eyes. Oh God, I thought I was gonna get banned. I was gonna be done. I was like, I'm so done. I'm so cooked. It's a dog. It's a dog inside a couch. Ugh. Ugh. I can't tell you how much that hurt. He tweeted again. What did he say this time? Nick Fuentes talking about Nightreign. Can you talk to him real quick? Chill. Stop. Yeah. Nick Fuentes was talking shit about Nightreign. I have to call up a Nazi Nick Fuentes to clear it up. I have to call up a Nazi Nick Fuentes to clear it up. It's imperative that I do so. Imperative. I must. He may be a Nazi, but I have to defend the I have to defend the honor of Nightreign. He's moderately Nightreign according to Asmon. Was that stuff with Will? Just go to the VOD to watch it. I think people need to understand that you don't have to hold an ideology to spread it. I thought Asmon was a mimetic Nazi. Spreading ideology doesn't mean but doesn't believe it. But I guess I was wrong. I don't consider Power Software mimetically Nazi either. He's getting close. And I said if you're going back into your own VOD, the timestamp is 2:33:30. Wait, can only subs clip? That makes sense. Power Software is probably the easiest person in the world to be apolitical middle class man whose dad got him a job. Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare say he's a don't you dare say he's a nepotism hire, okay? Don't you freaking dare. He built it on his own, okay? Don't you freaking dare. His daddy may have helped him get his first job as a QA tester at Blizzard when he was 16 years old, but don't you freaking dare say that was nepotism. Don't you dare say it. Don't you dare say it. All right, leave him alone. All right, leave him alone. How do I even see my own VOD, bro? Watch. Oh, that was easy. 2:33:30. 2:33:30. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is the tweet. Copy URL timestamp. Bow. You just hopped in before I read. Yeah, this was the tweet he deleted. I would do it again. I mean, he left that job after he got hired and went back, getting hired with nobody knowing who his dad is. Just saying. Come on, chatter. Come on, chatter. Come on, chatter. You don't think being a QA tester at the age of 16 as your first job in the industry is not monumentally helpful? Monumentally helpful. It's because he sins for ashes of creation. It's the lamest reason to platform a Nazi sympathizer. Yeah. Well, it's not even that that Asmongold sins for ashes of creation. He's saying, yeah, because pirate software sins for ashes of creation. He's saying, I need to defend the honor of my favorite game, so I must talk to a Nazi. Yeah, like, yeah. How online discourse like this is that it's more about seeming cool than being right. Or that I've been working in the industry for 10 plus years at a QA role at Blizzard at 16. Where your dad works there would be a huge head start in your career. You know how many hundreds of thousands of young kids probably applied to work at Blizzard back in the day? Probably a bunch. Pirate Software had to defend his favorite game. Wasn't woke, by the way. That's why Asmon was sitting on it. Oh, that's funny. There was getting extremist backlash because it becomes in absence of figures who are talking about labor rights. His VOD TikToks and YouTube shorts have been talking about labor issues. Became inspirational for people. He wound up de facto attracting a lot of leftist pro-union folks. Now he's associating with a race vision Twitch streamer. I mean, even then, like, he wasn't like you know, fully left wing. Like, he was like anti-game preservation. Like, he had bad takes on piracy. Like, I won't go through all of it, but I sum up what my issues with pirate software is in this little section. All right, when he just says, just make games, just be creative. Some people are homeless. Out. Actually, you know what? I have it on my YouTube shorts, actually. We'll just watch it there. Shorts. I get into what my real beef with pirate software is, right? And like and this is probably the meanest I'm gonna get in this discussion. His whole just be creative, just makes games is fake as fuck, if I'm being real. If it's removed from politics. Because I have that same take. I have the take that I believe in my heart of hearts, everybody is a creative. Everybody, given the opportunity, will make something. Right? That's the reason why I believe, or I'm anti-capitalist. Because I believe that if you give people and you fix their material conditions, you allow them a chance to grow and build the art that they want to build. They will never do that when they are bogged down by the systems of capitalism. Any take that is about just be creative, just make games, just be artful, right? That is removed from the discussion that people can't do that under capitalism. Not everybody has their first job at 16 by their daddy working at Blizzard for 23 years or whatever. You feel me? Some people grow up with nothing. Some people are homeless. Some people have to work dead-end jobs, 3 jobs to take care of their family. Not everybody can just be creative. It's not as simple as just be creative, right? So you have this idea, and it sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds super sweet and awesome, and it makes you feel all warm and bubbly inside when he just says, just make games. Yeah, just make games. With what time? I think given the opportunity, everybody would be creative. They'd make games, they'd write books, they make comics, they'd sing, they dance, they draw, they color, they'll paint. Given the opportunity, everybody would be creative. But their first goal is to fix their material conditions. It's very hard to be motivated to be creative when you have to worry about paying your bills. It's very difficult to be creative when you have to worry about whether or not your kids are going to eat next week. That's why I think his whole be creative thing is fake as it's so fake Because you can't just be creative, or you can't tell people to just be creative separate from politics. Because that's the reason why I do what I do. That's the reason why I talk about what I talk about. That's the reason why I advocate for what I advocate for. I actually believe what he says. I look at people, I look at the potential of humanity, and I say, I want them to thrive. I want them to thrive. Everybody, given the opportunity, can thrive. I get into what my real beef with power. Yeah. That's my take. You're so brave in this space. Thank you. The guy was spitting. That's my take. Why that's my main primary issue with private software. I just think that I think it's fake. This community, it was based off. Thank you. Just a waste of human potential. Yeah. This is the best short on YouTube. I appreciate that. It has 58 likes. That's my take as well. Well, welcome in. You're in the right space. Right? My guy has so much more base than you, Sean. That's crazy, UB. That's wild. Honestly, I internally feel bad about having a reticence. I don't even know what that word is, honestly. I regard the power of software. Due to him being a white dude and named himself Thor, now I feel slightly justified in my reticence that sympathizes with Asmongold. His dad called him Thor. It's his middle name. He gets the guy on stream. He seems pretty based. Nah, I hate that guy. That guy sucks. This guy's horrible. Anyway, my point. I agree with what you're saying. While at the same time, I give more credit than most because of why he did consistently point out how lucky his situation was. No, he didn't. 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 I would agree with you if he did. He didn't. He constantly pushes back on being called a nepo baby and about how much he did it on his own, how hard he worked. Right? He's like, hesitation? Thank you. Listen, chat, I don't do SAT words. What's going on with the lighting? Is it still bad? Is it poor? I mean, I talk about it in my video. He and his audience came after Jason.
Mashable, you can eat it. This is up, and that really pisses me off.
Oh, he's not a nepo baby?
When I was 16 at Blizzard as a game tester for 6 months. I got that because my dad worked there for 23 years. My dad is a director of cinematic.
He's a director? That's what a f***ing nepo baby is. Are you kidding me? Like, I like this guy. Don't get me wrong. I like pirate software. That's what a nepo baby is. Do you know how hard it is to get a first job in tech? It's so gatekept to women, black people, people of color. Like in that order. I mean that so seriously. How do you have the audacity to turn on the goddamn camera? How can you be so out of touch?
Yeah, so Sarah was telling me that Jason had gotten death threats for this clip. He's not even wrong, right? Yeah, so like Jason got death threats from like, I don't want to say from Pirates community, but from people who did not like his take on this for this take. I think you hit the algorithm for Asmon viewers. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even, yeah, that's a nobody. I can get a fit check, you dripped out of the, yeah. So essentially, I have this sick silver jacket from TJ Maxx. And his bonnet, that's it. He has a vest. Maybe I need a, oh yeah, I think I can fix it. Chat, I can fix my lighting. Hold on. I almost dropped my light on my PS5. That was gonna be bad. I mean, I don't have a PS5. I'm a real socialist. There we go. Oops. There we go. Oh. Honestly, if I just don't move, it'll be fine. If I just don't move, it should stay fine. We're gonna stay completely still. Anyway, he's not even wrong. He's not incorrect. But like he got
Chat, can somebody explain to me why more white guys get called nepo babies than people of color? I was born yesterday. I don't know.
So yeah. So there was that. There was the bait and switch thing. There was the nepo baby thing.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, if you like, why do people not like pirate software? And if you want to know why I don't like pirate software from stop doing that. Stop. You don't have auto exposure in your camera. That's so much work. I have to like reach behind my camera and it's fine. It's because I'm wearing white today, honestly.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Keep out the window light?
I
No.
live when I
No, I can. I'm not even moving anymore, bro. I might have to take the fit off, chat.
The Black says she's my
I might have to take the fit off.
MHOKKU just subscribed.
It's pretty funny, to be honest. All right, you guys just hate me. It's fine. It's not fine. Okay, I'm fixing it. Okay. How do I do this? Ugh. How do I do this? Do I press this button here? Nope. Okay, wait. Okay, that's not it. That's okay. You know what? Is it really a problem if we think about it? If we don't think about it, it's not a problem at all. You know what I mean? Not a problem at all. Anyway, let's look at more what pirate software is saying. Let's see, we looked at this, looked at this, looked at this, looked at this. What a spineless, morally empty sack of shit. Yes, ad hominem 4 checks notes talking about a video game. Bro, we're talking about Nazis, dog. Dog, we're talking about Nazis. At hominem, like we're 14, you have a platform, you platform a Nazi sympathizer to your audience of 2.6 million people. I don't know, what does that make you? Having a discussion about a video game is not platforming hateful topics. You're dead set on making this about politics and ideology, despite none of this ever being brought up during the broadcast. Well, you're defending him now, so like, you know, even if Part interacted with Asmon like once, right? These people are working the org he owns. These people literally working in the org he owns on his platform. Yeah, and those people are bad too, right? They are. But pirate software doesn't have to run defense for him. He can be like, hey, yep, sorry for collabing with him. Shouldn't have done it. And then he moved on. Right? The people in OTK also should denounce Asmongold, just speak out against Asmongold. And like if it was such a non-issue of like 300 people liking this tweet being like, hey, Power Software, what say you or whatever? Like, why go on this crusade of responding to people in like 50 tweets? You know what I mean? If not to like defend Asmongold. It doesn't make sense to me. You know? Maybe none of this would be an issue if he said, I disavow Asmon, or what Asmon said, it won't be collabing with him again. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Let me just share with the Quintez about WoW dungeons he likes the most. Yeah. Like he just doesn't need to respond to this. He doesn't need to. Everyone needs to leave OTK yesterday. And Will said that they're either going to kick him out or he's going to leave. And yeah, I think that the people in OTK definitely need to, you know, make a decision that is good for their careers, or collectively make a decision that's good for their careers, is what I will say, right? But we did start today talking about like Emaru and Nick and Will's take on it, right? We didn't start here with Asmongold. I mean, with Pirate Software, but Pirate Software, you know, is not immune to criticism, and I don't know why he refuses to, was it he's reconsidering and they want to talk about any of this. I think the implication was that, you know, if Asmongold is not removed, he will leave. That's what I got from the video. Asmon occasionally hits 100,000 viewers. He's a massive creator on the platform. He doesn't need a smaller in comparison creator like Pirate to validate his views. Pirate, however, reaching Asmon 3 million fan base, educating misconceptions seems like a good valid route to take. Bro, yeah, dog, just you know, just go off and like, you know, you can collab with a Nazi that's bigger than you. That's totally fine. Just make sure that Nazi has a larger platform than you, and then you can collab with them. You know? Then you can't be criticized for it. Original Mobile, favorite YouTube / clips first stream. I have to wait 10 minutes to follow. I think Pirate Software is fake per se. I think it's for sure has a superficial understanding of things. And no real theory or thinking behind it. Like any white person gets uncomfortable, refuses to understand white privilege, then adds a good measure of ego on top. I mean, that's kind of what I mean by fake, to be fair. He's not platforming, he's leeching. Is it really a defense? Yeah. I'm watching the alt-right playbook, and it feels like I've seen the interactions with folks like Pirate and Asmon are much clearer now. The channel is so good. Asmon refuses to admit that white privilege exists, and that flows for everything. Then that everything flows from there. He's like, bingo, glad you understand. Like, it just feels like, it just feels weird to me, because I don't understand why he's even responding. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. What is this, bro? Why are you showing me this, man? Yeah, him constantly responding makes him, you think he agrees with Asmon? Yeah, that's my take as well. Right? Like, I never looked at this video of Asmongold's chat and community and was like, what did Pirate Software have to say to this? Right? But if you're a part of Pirate Software's audience and you're operating under the assumption that, hey, if you don't speak up about this, I assume you agree with it, then of course you're going to want the person you watch to disavow or distance themselves from this rhetoric. You know what I mean? Like, that makes sense to me. So while me personally, I wasn't thinking about like, man, I need Pirate Software to respond immediately. His audience could have very well had that mindset. And Pirate Software deciding to respond to that, you know, freaking 50 different times, but defending the collab is just, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. Well, let's see what Tectone is saying about, this is about Hasan being jealous. Let's just see. Yeah, I left Pirate Software's Discord disappointed because I'm a game dev and had spent some enjoyable time there.
Understanding is that,
by the way, the reason why this clip is blowing the fuck up completely out of context is due to the fact that Hasan is very petty, that Asmongold gets more viewers than him without
Wait. Okay. So the reason why the clip is going viral is because Hasan, even though the clip was not posted by Hasan, and Hasan just watched the clip, but it's Hasan's fault. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me.
Even fucking trying. So he's doing another character assassination on somebody else he disagrees with in an attempt to make his audience.
This is something Ethan does as well. They'll like take something that like another political streamer does and then says it's Hasan who's doing it, Like Hasan is doing character assassination against Asmon because Hasan is mad that Asmon gets more viewers than he does. But like Hasan didn't make the clip. Hasan didn't tweet the clip. Hasan just watched the clip the same way that the rest of us just watched the clip. Right? So is everybody doing character assassination on Asmongold? And if so, why are we focusing only on Hasan doing character assassination? If you think that Hasan's doing character assassination. You talk to your best friend, Sean. Listen, it's not my fault Tectone doesn't respond to my DMs, all right? I reached out. I extended an olive branch. I was like, yo, twin, we should collaborate. Then I was like, yo, twin, maybe not while you're being accused of sex crimes, actually. I take that back. He didn't respond. So they'll change his angle to Hasan's new angle? True, he did. Respect.
Thing that they should only go.
He did DM me first though, which interesting.
To him for his political views and nobody else. Gets more viewers than him without even fucking trying. So he's doing another character assassination on somebody else he disagrees with in an attempt to make his audience think that they should only go to him for his political views and nobody else. This is the state of reality in the political space in 2025. Nobody cares what the truth is. The only thing they care about is how to get the most clicks and to assassinate the character and livelihood of any of their competition. It's a pathetic space. That's why I do not want to get involved whatsoever, because the world is already gay as fuck. We don't need any more streamers that are promoting that type of mentality as well. My opinion.
They burned them not because it was
Okay. I actually think we need more streamers who promote gayness. I think it would be a net positive on the world. Does any situation need Tectone's input? Hello, new friendos. Hello, Liquid Weave. Look at his chat. I don't want to look at his chat.
It was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
Okay, so we're reacting to Asmon reacting to himself being a Nazi. We're reacting to Tectone reacting to Asmon reacting to himself being a Nazi.
Which is me.
He's flailing trying to distract from the Ethan Klein content nuke. Sure. Sure. I guess.
Misspeaking, I meant Hebrew. It was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis.
Right, a retaking of Germany for Germans.
They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. And I wish people like this. It's disappointing that you can't have genuine conversations because people try to just like kind of, you know, handpick facts and like not talk about things in an honest way. This is the kind of stuff that people try to take out of context.
Of course.
Where like they're saying, oh, Asmon thinks that it wasn't. It's actually because I'm trying to discuss the actual real extent of it, and the true extent of it is much worse than what's being communicated.
I think it's really bad where we've gotten to as a whole on the internet, where people can't even be open to debating or discussing the truth of what has or hasn't happened in the history. And
yes, debating the truth, things that should be debated or debatable. Indeed. Historical analysis, things that should be debated. Yeah. I personally, this is just me, don't think situations such as the Holocaust should be debated. I don't think that they're debatable. Personally. I don't think that there's a debate to be had there. Personally, Tectone is the only person in LTK that continuously defends Asmon. Well, he's not in LTK anymore, so you know what I mean? I think it's so sad we can't just lie unchecked anymore. Because people exist, it's not debatable.
And I think everybody's so closed off and changed their point of view that it makes everybody.
I was in Asmon's content a few weeks ago. I've heard of him, but always thought he was a wild loser after listening to him. Never thought he was a Nazi. If I'm missing something, I'm willing to listen. I mean, his chat's a Nazi. Like his chat's a Nazi chat. Like that's not debatable. Right? I talked to Asmon's dad about this. Right? It's not debatable that his chat is a Nazi chat. His chat is full of Nazis. That is not debatable.
Sciences.
That is objective truth. His editor is a Nazi. Not debatable. Objective truth.
They did do that.
Right? I don't care whether or not Asmongold is a Nazi or is a Nazi apologist. To me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not he's ideologically a Nazi, if he believes the Holocaust didn't happen, if he wants one, master superior race of only Aryans or whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me if that's what he believes, right? What's the truth is that his audience, the space that he's cultivated, right, is a safe space for Nazis, and he's fine with that. That's what the truth is. What's your read of Zach's dad? I feel bad for him, honestly. I think Asmon's dad is or cares about his son, and he has a view of Asmon that we just don't have. He grew up with him. He raised him. You know what I mean? And so I think that I would say that my I said my dad would probably do the same thing. You feel me? It's just, it is what it is. Is I don't like, I'm not gonna chastise Asmon's dad. Asmon's dad's not a creator. He's a chatter. He's a viewer. You know, I'm not gonna like curtail my critique of Asmongold, but I just, that's my take on it. You know, it's sad. Surely his son mostly meant surely his son meant his political leanings. Mostly meant his political leanings. What do you mean? Like, I don't think Asmon's dad agrees with this. You have the Peekaboo halftime performance fit. What to do? A little bit. Wonder what Asmon will say when his name appears in the manifesto of a school shooter. I won't even go as far as to say that. Honestly, I don't even want to imagine that being the case. Right? I pray that doesn't happen. I don't want any more school shootings to happen. Like, a lot of his takes, he says milk toast, but he doesn't create similar to Hasan. In my opinion, I think you're incorrect if you think that the things that Asmongold says and the things that Hasan says are similar. I think you're wrong, but that's just me though. Let's continue with this guy.
In this kind of vicious hive mind mentality where if you even question anything, you're automatically labeled as a supervillain, and it's just very cringe. It's very small-minded.
So for context. And okay, this is something that Nazis oftentimes do. Not making the implication that Tectone is a Nazi. I'm just saying this is something Nazis oftentimes do. And when they do say, they say, whenever you question anything, you're labeled as the bad guy. Whenever you question anything, you're labeled as a supervillain. This is a very clear Nazi tactic where you are reducing your rhetoric to just being as simple as just contention or critique, right? Question anything. What specific are you questioning? Though, you know, yeah, exactly. Like, what specifics are you questioning? You know what I mean? We never go into that, you know, saying things like, oh, the Holocaust probably 99% happened, you know, leaving that 1% like as an implication of like, maybe it didn't, but they're not going to say that, you know, they're not going to say that. You can't even question the Holocaust anymore. They'll just say, why are there certain things that we can't question anymore? I wonder what group of people are running the world. Like they'll imply these things to be like, you know, as give themselves plausible deniability, but they would never talk about the specifics of like the fact that they're denying the Holocaust and stuff. You know? Yeah, it is this.
Nazi.
I want to see what he's responding to. Hasan's community is definitely guilty of villainizing anyone who disagrees with that. It's a hive mind, much like Nazis. I think you're stupid, Chatter. I'm gonna be real. But I mean, go off, I guess.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem.
Is there an English version of this? I can't remember. 'Cause I can't remember if I saw this and it was in German when we watched it, or if there was like an English version. No, this is the original version. Okay, maybe I just translated it in my head because I'm super smart. I'm just using your own logic against you. Nazis bad. You're bad. Therefore, I've defeated you in the marketplace of ideas. I've used your own logic against you. You said Nazi bad. I say no you. Man, that's funny. The English version of it is here. That's pretty good.
Oder was?
You're being open-minded and fair. You literally just said the same thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm gonna be real. I'm not listening to you, Cheddar. I don't know if you know this. I'm making fun of you. I am laughing at you. You are not being taken seriously here. I'm letting you know that because I don't know how well you are at picking up on social cues. I'm laughing at you. Okay? We good? If you understand that and I understand that, we can continue this discourse here, okay?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht...
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute...
When you're running out of arguments, it's so easy to play the Nazi card. This is literally what they sound like, by the way. They are doing this. This is what they're doing. Like, verbatim, word for word, bar for bar. They're still in their flow like Soulja Boy. You know what I mean? Like, verbatim.
Alte Nazi-Keule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazi-Keule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja, ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
Blutrote Rosen sollen dich umkommen. So it just shows how divested from Nazis and people can be, and how Nazism still runs people's natural wants and insecurities. It's gross and telling. I have not seen. I've meant to watch Zone of Interest like freaking months ago. I guess I didn't mean to call his son's community Nazis, but it's the exact same environment you were describing. What do you mean? Oh, you mean Hasan's. Call Hasan's community a Nazi, but it's the exact same environment you're describing? Not really, no. Nazis is like ideological, and I don't think Hasan's communities are Nazis, right? I think Asmon's community are full of ideological Nazis. They say W Nazi, chatter. W Nazi, base Nazi. That's what they say. Like, they are Nazi. They are pro-Nazi. They are like, yes, that we agree with that. And Asmon lets them do it, which is why I say Asmon community is a Nazi community, right? And Nasman and Asmon is like doing Nazi apologia by allowing that to fester in his space. You know what I mean? Asmon is allowed. It was completely by accident, by the way. I didn't even try to do it on purpose. Asmongold.
and this is going to be extremely important for the rest of the video. People are mainly trying to get
Just
Asmon
get the
banned
YouTube channel
because
just to give it a taste. We did already. I literally have it open. It's right here. We did. We went to his YouTube video and talked about what he talked about. And I'm not yelling at you. I'm just like, it's crazy because it's insane. It's crazy because it's insane. Let's continue.
because of chat's reaction following this clip. We meticulously went back to check, and every...
There is nothing to debate about the Nazi regime, brother. Okay, so I want to...
Okay, Tectone's chat being less Nazi than Asmon's chat was not expected, but presently surprising. Respect to that one chatter. You're my lord. You're not looking at me, boy. There's still hope, maybe a little bit. Miska's receding hairline. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. You see, Miska got tear plugs, so like they're kind of out of a job now. Unfortunate. Also, let me take my subs real quick. I almost forgot. Moku, thank you for the 4-month subscription. The CEO of Milk, thank you for the 19-month subscription. MK Train Girl, thank you for the tier 1. Vera Snaps, thank you for the 3-month. Limbo Trees, thank you for the 21 months. Broth and B, thank you. Oh, that was yesterday. Yeah, thank you for all my subs. Or they're hungry for opportunity to villainize or abuse degrees or any difference in opinions other than the tones Hasan set. I'm a little behind on the Asmongold drama. I just came into stream just the wrong time, I think. His own mod calling him out. Oh, that is his mod. Oh, that's crazy. Well, I would suggest you go and you look into what Asmongold's chat was saying, and then you can come back in here, and then you would know why we are calling Asmon's chat Nazis. You can't say we're quick to villainize, right? You can't say we're quick to villainize and then not know what we're talking about because you don't know the context of why we're calling his chat Nazis. They were saying they were pro-Nazi. They were saying the Nazis are good. Yeah, his chat was saying like W Adolf W Nazis and W Kanye. Like, yeah, one of the chatters did say get rid of the 19th Amendment. We're just talking to the Ogilvy's trolling at his name. I'm just trying to operate in good faith, just in case there are other people in here who are believe these things that they believe.
To make this abundantly clear. All right. You are my moderator. Okay? You've been following me for 4 years. I want to ask you a question. Did you decide to wake up? First of all, I don't even know who the fuck. You must be new here. I've never seen your fucking name.
Wait, what?
I don't know how you're a tier 1 sub for 40 months and my mod and I don't recognize you. But how in the fuck did you decide to wake up and be an aggressive idiot?
What? He's correct though. This guy's right.
How? I said talk about or debate. Where, and I want you to clip where I said this. I really want you to clip where I said this. Where in the fuck did I say, hey guys, let's debate the Nazi regime?
Yeah, he said we should talk about or debate the Nazi regime. Much better. Thank you, Tectone.
I want you to show me. Where I said that.
It's a great day today. It's my birthday. You and
show me where I said that. Because the fact that you're in here being gay as fuck as a mod, as a 40-month sub is weird as shit. Didn't you just say talk or debate? You just said it yourself. Yes, bro. I'm saying we can talk about historical events.
You said debate. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Come on. He literally just said debate. Tectone's mod, come in here. You can be saved, okay? We will accept you. We will accept you into our space, in our community, because you are one of the few people in that space that are just at least have a little bit of morality. Just because you are allowed to come in here. This is me allowing somebody to grow and change from their ways in Tectone. Cause I like that's crazy. I'm on your side. I am on your side. That is wild.
Talk or debate. There is nowhere where I said, let's debate the Nazi regime. Why are you being intentionally fucking retarded? Maybe I misunderstood it. Yeah, you fucking did. So don't fucking talk about shit that you don't get. It makes shit weird as fuck. So fucking dumb. It's insane. So fucking dumb.
And you just unmodded him?
What's crazy
That's
is
crazy.
You've been watching me for 4 years.
That's crazy. That's wild. Honestly, probably saved that person's livelihood. One day I'm gonna do this to Katie, and you guys are gonna be like, "No, don't do this to Katie." And I'm gonna yell at Katie, and I'm gonna unmod Katie. One day. I don't even think Katie's in here right now. Oh, Katie is in here. You should wait, Katie. You got 19 months left to your 40-month subscriber. Just you wait. That's a long time. Like, Katie's been a mod for like 20 months, 21 months. Like 40 months? 40 months? Imagine watching somebody for 40 months. Being a mod in their channel. And just because you say, hey, I don't think there's anything to debate with Nazis. He's like, get them out of here. He's like, mods, rip his arms off. Oh wait, you're a mod. I'm ripping your arms off, mod. You're no longer a mod anymore. Give me that badge. Gun and badge on the table now.
And you can't even give me the benefit of the doubt that I wasn't saying that. This is the problem with the internet, is that y'all talk before y'all fucking think. And you make these weird as fuck situations occur. And this is why nobody talks.
He literally did say, talk and debate, literally 10 seconds before the mod typed it in, or the former mod.
On the internet. And it's so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing to be like, oh no, I didn't say that, because dumb fucks like you can't just wait a second. Like, brother, do you literally think that I'm going to sit here and say, oh, dude, Nazis, well.
He said, the problem is it's a statement that can be taken the wrong way.
Well, I don't know if everything they did was like that bad.
But like that's what he said. And he's acting like he didn't say that because it makes him look bad. Right? And so he's not mad that he said it, he's mad that he got called out for it. Right? That's what he's doing. No, that is what he's doing. Yeah, he did that. He's saying, why can't we debate certain topics? Why are there certain things that we can't debate or talk about? And his mods were like, I don't think that there's anything to debate about the Nazi regime. And he's like, how dare you insinuate that I said that there was something to debate about the Nazi regime? How dare you? I'm going to unmod you now. Like,
brother, do you think I'm like retarded? Like, I swear to God.
I also want to point out that I have never seen a Tectone clip where he does not say a slur. Just not never seen a Tectone clip where he's not said a slur. Not one.
It's insane. Makes shit weird as fuck for no reason, man. Makes shit weird as fuck.
And I also want to point out, even in this frame, and maybe we'll watch the Asmongold video about this in a second, but even in this frame, the messages came in at 1:40. But they weren't banned until 4:30. 3 hours later. And correct me if I'm wrong, we can check this. I have so many tabs open. Gremlo's tweet happened a bit earlier than that, a bit later than that, at 6:41. Right, the next day. But I am curious as to like why it took 3 hours for that to happen in the first place. You don't know time zones? I mean, maybe it was a time zone thing. Maybe it was banned, you know. So if it's time zones, different time zones, like if this was done in Pacific or in what's it called? Not Pacific. The message was sent in Pacific, and then he was banned in Eastern. Yeah, he was banned like before the message was sent in the first place. You know? Yeah, the times that makes you go back in time, 40 to 20, from 40 to 29. Yeah, it just sent you back in time. From 40 is the time in the VOD. Even then, it's a minimum 50 minutes. Oh, yeah, you're right. 140 in the VOD. You're right. You're right. I'll take my L on that. That's 140 in the VOD. So maybe it's it says 16:27 when the ban happened. So that is sometime. I don't know. I guess we need to know when the message happened. I mean, it's the same time. This is just the ban. We don't know when the message happened. Guess we'll never know. Guess we'll never know. Oh, so yeah, the unbans were requested. I'm curious what they will say. It's literally above. No, this is just the time in the VOD. It's not the time in general.
Like, you got to understand,
I am very curious, though, how long it took for the ban to happen. So it actually could have been. Yeah, I don't know what do you mean. This what is this? It says 4:29 when the ban happened. I want to know when the message happened.
For the problem. Just chill the fuck out and stop trying to label everybody as a pedophile. Stop trying to label everybody as a rapist, a fucking Nazi. That right there was the
minutes in a VOD and the clock matches up for Belso media ban seems likely.
Issue with the internet in 4K. You can't even make that shit up. That right there was the issue with the internet in 4K. You can't even make that shit up. Like, that happened instantaneously. Instantaneously. In real time. It's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. Jesus. I don't give a fuck if it's a sensitive topic to anybody. I don't care. Brother says, that guy's German. It's a very sensitive topic. I don't care. If you were underneath the mentality of, oh, dude, you can't talk about the Holocaust. Oh, dude, you can't talk about 9/11.
No, you can't debate the Holocaust. What is he talking about? I love that he just dropped the debate line after he unmodded his mod. Like, no, you cannot debate the Holocaust. I think that's a very fair thing. That's Holocaust denialism, and it's a hallmark of the Nazis. Asmon's 13 to 25 VOD starts around 12:30 CST. You can check the schedule. That means the messages happen around 2 p.m. And so it took like 2 hours for it to get banned. Is that what you're saying, Chatter? I'm letting y'all do the work for me.
Oh, dude, you can't talk about the war in Ukraine. Go to another
time
chat.
Zones, those who screenshot it. Yeah, that's the point. 2 hours is the same time zone. Yeah, we don't know the time, so there's no screenshot. Who knows?
Go to another chat where they want to act like everything's fucking fine.
How do you select mods? Genuinely curious. I just picked somebody and I was like, I like this person, and I just mod them. Somebody who's been in the community who is provides good feedback. I'm just like, oh, you're a mod now. That's it. There's no rhyme or reason. some people do mod applications or whatever. I'm just like, oh, yep, okay, you're a mod now. So you don't like me, got it. Usually I wait until somebody's at least been here for like 6 months. You know? That's like one of my own criteria. It's just like they've been around, they've been here. Unless you're me. Oh yeah, Katie got modded because Katie gave me money. That's it. Katie gave me money and I was like, oh, money, mod. That's literally how it happened.
Somebody go get that penny.
Kev_Rhino gifted.
Kev Rhino, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. 19 more months. To be fair, I think Luna's gonna hit it first. Luna hits 40 months before Katie does. So, hey, be careful, Luna.
And everything is sunshine and rainbows. Do you think ignoring things makes the problem go away? Do you think not educating yourself makes you better off? No.
What? I'm doing in chat when I'm high. I like to formally apologize for any future mod requests in advance.
Jesus. Good Lord. Editor, if this is a YouTube video, can you cut all of that out? Because even though that guy was being dumb as fuck, out of respect for him for being a 40-month sub, I do not want that in the YouTube video. Genuinely. Genuinely. Out of respect for that chatter, I will cut that out. You're lucky you're a 40-month sub. But Jesus, pull your fucking head out.
No, this is on a... This is a Twitter VOD. So it might not be in his specific YouTube video.
Out of your ass before you say some dumb ass shit. Just fucking embarrassing. That is it. I will give you one pass because somehow you've been a subscriber for 40 months. Do not do some dumb shit like that ever again. Let me continue.
Every single one of these chatters were banned, and they were banned.
Honestly, probably for the best for that chatter's life. Leaving Tectone's community is probably for the best. Probably for the best.
And days before this tweet was even made.
These people don't get
Once he got live support, I can see why Will Neff soft announcing his departure.
That these people came into Asmon's chat and they were banned immediately for the hate speech of which they said. Immediately.
I have no proof that it was immediate. I also have no proof that it wasn't immediate. I don't know. That needs to be confirmed by logs or something. There's no proof that it was immediate. Is Asmon not the person who made the video? Is the editor? Yeah, it's his editor. His editor made the video. Or his editor is at least editing the video. But it was like half the chat. It wasn't even half the chat. It was like pretty much all the chat. You know what I mean? Asmon's mods are Nazi-like. I mean, Asmon's editors are Nazis, yes. Or at least one of his editors are Nazis. Yeah.
This was not a gut reaction. This was not a, he only got banned because he was caught. No, they were banned on the fucking spot. Okay?
Is the VOD still up? Chat? Because there's no evidence that they were banned on the spot. I know the VOD is still up, to be honest. It at least took 15 minutes for them to ban, as 12:30 to 1:40 would be like 10 minutes to ban. Where's 12:30? Where do you get 12:30 from? Let me call my mod and Asmon chats and I'll get you the logs. Thank you. When the timestamps match if it was on the spot. I mean, the timestamps are like, this person got banned at 4:28. This person got banned at
M_Lee_Dawn.
4:39. Yeah, so it was at least within a span of 10 minutes. Right? That's what we know. Right? In that, because this ban happened at 4:28, and the message occurred at 4:28. So that was immediate. So we know it's not right because like this is the yeah. Wait. 140. No, this message happened at the same time. This person got 10 minutes later to get banned. That's what I do know. Right? This message happened at the same time as this message, but it took 10 minutes for them to get banned. So it at least took 10 minutes. It was not immediate. It at least took 10 minutes. Bought a sub is from February 12th. Wait, from February 12th? No, it's not. You're lying. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. This could have solved all of our problems immediately. This could have solved all of our problems immediately if we just checked this. Is this one? This was February 12th. Four days ago? Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to an hour and 40 minutes in. Right?
It's just completely fucking unhinged.
I want you to listen to me.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First.
Oh,
Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was.
Okay. So, unless this mod is a time traveler, it took over a day. It took a day until 4:00 p.m. and whatever the person who took the screenshots timestamp is, in order for them to get banned.
Written in Jewish and not German. And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis.
And you still have some chatters who are saying W, by the way. I just want to point that out.
So it was like, yeah, they were. I think it probably might be both in some circumstances, but like it was categorical.
You have this person saying Kanye big W.
For it not being written in German. They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. It was both, yeah. And no, a lot.
Like also some W's. So they got rid of some chatters. They got rid of some chatters. Not all the ones that were saying W. So, and also they got banned a day after. So it was not immediate. So that's a lie. Confirmed. Lie confirmed.
Okay. I'm sorry. If a guy comes into my stream right now after breaking in my window and starts shouting the hard R, I am not responsible for his actions. I tell him, who are you? Get the fuck out of my house. And in Texas, I'll probably shoot him.
Oh, so that's why they were saying, there were people saying, looking at the volume, they say, I don't see the Nazi chatters. Yeah, because like when you get banned in chat, if you get banned on the website, and I don't know if it's true for banned in chat as well, your message doesn't show up in the VOD.
Rogue Mob went wild on AFD supporters. Yes, I did see this. So we did leave this up. I wanted to address this and talk about it a little bit. So AFD is a right-wing party in Germany, and a lot of people did get banned for supporting that. that is something that we are going to be undoing. We're undoing that. The people that are supportive of AFD are going to get unbanned. Some of them will not get unbanned because some of them said other things that were problematic and bad. Now, the reason why we're unbanning them, and this is the reason, basically, we've had talks internally with, like, my stream and, like, my moderation team. And my mod team, this is something I always say, is that I almost never condemn or say that my mod team is doing something that's wrong. Because they do the best job that they possibly can, and sometimes mistakes happen and there are miscalibrations. And so we've gotten a lot of feedback and criticism that we let a lot of people in chat kind of go a little bit too wild, which I think in some cases is true. Like this is actual problem that we have. And so we've been trying to address that by banning people. And so, like, where does that line stand? Where is that? Because we don't want to have people, like, for example, like spamming W Nazis, stuff like that. I know that a lot of people, like the majority of people are spamming that as a joke, but there are some of the people that aren't. And at the end of the day, it does look weird if we have a bunch of people spamming W Nazis. So that is going to get you a ban, but AFD is not the same thing as the Nazi party. It's just not. Now, you might think that they're close. You might think that they're a precursor to the Nazi party, but they're not Nazi party, and we're not going to ban them for that. And so that's it.
All right, dude. Right, sure. Sure.
And so it's not funny. Yeah, and so and we've received feedback from this, and there's been a lot of people that have said this. Now, just for complete transparency, Twitch hasn't talked to me about any of this. This is just things that I've read online, posts that people have made, etc. And so in the process of us trying to, like, calibrate down, because we do actually have legitimate, like, we do have legitimate bad actors in chat, right? We already have 30,000 people watching right now. Well, if we already have that many people watching, there's almost a guarantee that there's a few problem boys. And so it's hard for us to moderate the entire chat room. That's just the case. It's very hard for us to do. And especially when there's a really popular topic going on and everybody's super opinionated about it, etc., right? But we're not going to ban people for the AFD thing. So if you did get banned for this, and also, like, there are some people who are making personal attacks at the mods, etc., you guys don't need to do that. This is something that, like, I wanted them to do, and, like, we've been discussing internally now for I'd say probably 2 weeks or so, maybe 3 weeks now, about, like, how can we calibrate and, like, tone down some of the extremism in the...
No, you just don't let them say W Nazi. Like, that's a very simple auto mod feature. Like, you have to go out of your way to turn that off, right? To allow people to say that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not Nazism unless it grows in 1930s, 40s Germany. Otherwise, it's sparkling fascism, and it's totally fine. It's so sick. Like, this all feels very wink-wink to me. I don't know. I mean, it is. This is why you see them spamming WAFD in the chat, right? Or you have some chatters saying that AFD is the far right, or is the Nazi party. They are really problematic, but it should still be allowed. AFD are a legitimate party. Where's it at? Oh, most of the AFD is openly Nazis though. Like, so even some of this chat recognizes that, like, yeah, but, like, AFD are very clearly, like, pretty analogous to Nazis, and he's just like, well, you know, AFD supporters are totally fine and valid. Argument that AFD isn't Nazis is like argument that Gaza isn't a genocide because it hasn't reached Holocaust levels. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It just they're gonna you know.
Mr.
Like,
Bubbles just subscribed.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. 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 Cause, like, he'll, like, is what he's doing. He's like slowly like walking it back, right? He does something, and he'll like slowly walk it back and be like, okay, maybe that was too far. What he's doing is he's towing the line. He's finding out how far can he go, right? How far can he go and push this to not be called out for it being problematic? And that's what he's doing. He's been doing this for the last, year or so, even further than that, right? He lets his chat go wild. He'll say wild things. He'll get heat for it and be like, okay, we're going to walk that back. He's going to be like, obviously, I'm against Nazis. Obviously, saying W-Nazi is bad, but it wasn't bad when they did it. It wasn't bad, the day after they did it. It was only bad when she started getting called out for it. Really ban me for saying LGBT was targeted by Nazis. Hey, maybe we'll get unbanned now because they're unbanning things, Brett, Maybe he'll be one of the lucky ones. I understand he's a free speech absolutist who only these red lines are minorities, women, woke culture, queer representation, ableism. Yeah. The others in OTK who don't support this all stay quiet. I don't have an answer for you, bro. I don't have an answer for you. I mean, I can surmise, I can guess, thin purple line status. They don't want to stir the pot. They don't want to rock the boat. But I don't know, bro. I don't know. I would have said something about it before. I'm not them. I'm not in their mind. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I do think that within the next week, Asmon's leaving or Will's leaving. I do believe that I think this is like the line for Will. I think the line for Will's community happened months ago. I think this is the line for Will, and I do think within a week, either Will or Asmon are going to be gone. Most likely, Will, because I don't know how. I don't know if there's enough movement from the other members for Asmon to leave. We're not leaving. I think Will's leaving.
I live when I
Gremlo just subscribed.
I think Will's leaving. Gremlo, thank you for the 17-month resubscription. Is Will offline chat this morning? Oh, how was it? Didn't have a statement with Nick. Yeah, we saw it. If you want to pull it up, we can look at Cinna's statement as well. My problem primarily is just that this, of course this was gonna happen. Of course this was gonna happen.
I did everything
Under my breath,
right,
but I hope you're right. I genuinely think so. I do think so. I am of the belief that it should have happened earlier. I do believe that. And you're not wrong to be to not be as hopeful as I am, Brett. I completely get where you're coming from, but I do believe that this is at least from the way that Will's talking, that this is the line. Now I cannot speak for the other members of OTK. I cannot speak for them, but for Will specifically, I can see that. Yeah, possibly thing is worse than this. In my opinion, yes. What did you say about Nick's take? I wasn't here. Did Nick have a new take? All I have is the take with Cinna.
But the thing is, most things that I say, what's funny? Even recently, you want more threads? We make one now if you want another one. So there's this sentiment going on Reddit that I said that
strikes me as very take averse. Every streamer is very take averse, chat. Every streamer is very take averse, right? But I think this goes into the concept that I've coined, the thin purple line. Streamers don't want to rock the boat. Even when things get very far, they still don't want to rock the boat. If they can get out of a situation unscathed, but it's still dealt with or whatever, that's what they want to do. If they can handle it behind the scenes, if they can handle it by not talking about it and having other people handle it, they don't want to rock the boat. And that is definitely a problem. I'm just describing how, and this is not something unique to OTK, right? Don't get it twisted. right? Right now we have a lot of focus on OTK. This is not unique to OTK. Your favorite streamers as well are afraid to rock the boat. They are. They are. There are very few streamers who get to any level of prominence that are okay with calling out people. Right? It is not even just about the bag. You know? It's about opportunities. It's about collaborations. It's about community. Right? Like, you can be the person to call people out, but like, the people you calling out are still going to be invited to events, and guess who's not going to be, you know?
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Does that make sense?
Dorinobu just subscribed.
It's the thin purple line, right? There's an expectation for a lot of the big streamers that you don't make it a point to be a part of call out culture because you're going to want people to be on your back or, you know, to have your back when it becomes your time, right? If you make yourself the pariah by calling out other streamers, even if they deserve it, when the time it comes back around and people are yelling at you, the people that you were yelling at aren't going to have your back. You know what I mean? So that, on top of being scared about other audiences coming at you, on top of not necessarily wanting the responsibility, and also coming from a place of privilege, because streamers holistically they're in a privileged position inherently. Like the top streamers, obviously, not the people who have like 10 viewers, right? But like the top streamers. All of that culminates into a culture where large streamers don't call out large streamers, right? They let Twitch handle it. They let the viewers handle it. They don't get involved because they don't want to rock the boat, right? Because think about it, like, because like Cena did walk this back after this happened, a little bit, right? Because they're in the same space. You go to a party, guess who's gonna be there? Maybe not Asmongold, but that concept, you feel me? You call out John Jacobs Jr. or whatever. You go to a party, John Jacobs Jr. is at the party. Now you got problems. Now you can't be in the same space with John Jacobs Jr. Now you can't be in the same stream as John Jacobs Jr. Now you can't collab with John Jacobs Jr. friend. You can't do stuff with John Jacobs Jr.'s organizations, right? And now, you know, now the people in the middle, like you take Nick, right? Now Nick has to choose, I'm doing a collaboration. Do I do a podcast with John Jacobs Jr. or do I do a podcast with, you know, you? Now it can't be both. And it makes things messy in the streaming landscape. And so people stay away from doing all of that, right? By just being like, okay, their personal content, it's whatever there, you know, we're over here. This concept is the reason why, is a reason that is used by anyone and everyone. I think it's the representation, represents the collective failure and legitimizes those who may call people weak. He never collabs with Asmon though. I think he already chose his side. It's not even just collabs though, right? He's in the same org. He's in the same space, right? And so maybe he's not collabing with Asmon, but like he collabs with somebody who does collab with Asmon. And now that comes up, and that's the thing. What did John Jacobs Jr. do? I think he was a Nazi. Thin purple line.
Like LSF.
Is it similar to the bystander effect? Yes, it's similar to the bystander effect. Not exactly the same, because the bystander effect is about specifically waiting for somebody else to do it or assuming somebody else does it. That's the bystander effect, right? This is a bit different because it's not even about an assumption that somebody else is going to do the call out or somebody else is going to do the act, right? It's predicated on them not even caring if an act is done, right? They just don't want to be involved at all. If that makes sense. I think we use Hasan takes for calling out the most powerful. mean, why is no one talking about where Cinna was on January 6th? We know where she was. We really know. They'll put on the corporal talk because that's all they know as Americans, since the economy is so different as streamers isn't maintainable in the long run. They're putting it on Hasan. They're all putting it on Hasan, it seems, to call it Asmon. No, I think that, honestly, I think that they would rather not have Hasan talk about it at all. I think they would be happy if we weren't talking about it at all. It's good for them. If Asmon does his own, like, Nazi-style content, right, and he does that and gets no backlash for it, it's beneficial for them, right? Hasan talking about it is just another person talking about it, right? The audience talking about it, LSF clipping it is more people talking about it, to the point where that maybe it gets to like the sponsors, and then it's affecting people's lives and stuff. They would be happy if nobody talks about it, right? And again, don't get it twisted, chat. It's not just OTK. I want to make this very clear. We're talking about OTK right now, but it's the entire industry. This is an industry problem. This is an industry problem. It happened when Aiden Ross was on the platform, right? People were not talking about Aiden Ross's terrible behavior. And only when he got banned off the platform was it like, okay, we wipe our hands of it, we're clean. And then it was memes and jokes about Aiden Ross being bad. You know how that didn't exist, really? When Aiden Ross was on the platform, same with Destiny. How people just kind of ignored Destiny and Destiny's mass targeted harassment campaigns on smaller streamers until Destiny gets called out, and now it's memes and jokes about Destiny being bad. They weren't there to call out bad behavior when bad behavior was happening. Right? And they're totally fine with not taking the initiative to actually take a stand on bad behavior and letting the people who are harmed by that behavior take a hit on it. You feel me? Remember last time Asmon blew up for bigotry and LGBTQ responsible, we will never abandon Asmon? Jeez, this is a lot of things. I'm not gonna read this, but yeah. You're outspoken about it and call out problematic streamers. You're known as a problematic and drama starter. Yes, Casey John knows this best for sure. Casey John gets like a massive amount of hate for calling out problematic people. Yeah. And then when you are being attacked unjustifiably, they also won't come to your you know, your assistance. If they're not gonna ban him, I think Twitch should put a warning reference on Asmon links to him to doing Nazi apologia. What else is it gonna take? Yeah, they're not doing that either, right? Because Twitch is also a part of the thin purple line, chat. You feel me? Twitch isn't exempt from this. They don't want to talk about it either. Nobody wants to talk about this, right? Nobody wants to talk about this. I'm talking about it because I think it's important that somebody talks about it. You feel me? But like, Twitch doesn't want to talk about it. Yeah, it's purple for, exactly, chatter. It's purple for a reason. It's the thin purple line for a reason, right? Twitch doesn't want to talk about it. Cine doesn't want to talk about it. Nick doesn't want to talk about it. Hasan doesn't want to talk about it. Will doesn't want to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about this. I don't even want to talk about it. You feel me? And so if they can if they can be fine and it not affect their careers by not talking about it, most streamers aren't going to talk about it. Not just OTK. There are thousands of streamers with a sizable platform on this website. Why does it seem like only 10 are talking about Asmongold, you know, doing this? I'm so glad I'm leaving LA so I can unleash. Do you genuinely think that Asmon is a real Nazi or his community? I don't care. It doesn't matter to me whether Asmongold is an ideological Nazi or not. His community are full of Nazis. This is true. His editor is a Nazi. This is true. Factual. and he placates to them. He runs defense for them. Whether or not he is a Nazi or not doesn't matter to me. With Pirate, what I missed about Pirate, he was just, you know, defending his collaboration with Asmon, saying that he would do it again. It's like a company talking about production recall. They're avoiding losing money from harmful products, but they're also losing money from saying that it exists. Yeah. And so companies will only do a production recall when it becomes press, when it becomes news, right? When people start talking about it. If companies see people dying because of a production defect, right? Just know when they do a recall, they've known about it for months. I promise you, they did not just find out about the defect and then they immediately do a recall. They've known about it for months, and they did an analysis based upon how much it would cost them to recall versus how much money are they losing now. And so long as the amount of money they're losing now is less than the amount of money it would cost them to recall, they don't do it. Until people die. Press, media shitstorm. They're losing a buttload of money. And now it's like, okay, time to do the recall. They do the recall because they're losing more money by having the defect out than they do recalling it. They often know about recalls before products are even released. Yeah. And they just hope people don't care or don't catch it. You feel me? And that's what's happening like at the streaming landscape with Asmongold. It's not that people don't know that Asmongold says problematic things. Of course they know that Asmongold says problematic things, right? But they won't address it until it gets to this point where it starts to cost them more money, right? Than not addressing it. And so if OTK comes out within a week or so and drops Asmongold, just know that that is happening because they did the calculus. They found out that like the amount of hate that they get from the community, the amount of money that Asmongold brings in is not worth the amount of money he loses. Right? That's just how it works. For Pito's a kind of example, accountants realized that it was cheaper to pay off widows than to fix every exploding gas tank at every Pinto. The same idea behind why reporters in DC are very hesitant to ask hard questions and report on stuff. They are scared they will lose access and solidarity with they need for their job. Very similar situation. Exactly. Isn't he a CEO OTA technically? He's like a founder or something. But again, even if he was a CEO, doesn't matter. You can still be removed. Nobody, not a single person is untouchable in an organization. Not a single one. No matter who you are, you can still be removed. You can move, I'm not, don't say just ask Luigi. We're talking about like through like the legal, normal means, chat. I'm not talking about through murder. Oh, I didn't watch the Cena thing yet. I mean, from the outside, how is anyone from OZK gaining more from the association than losing? Obviously, they're making bank in the background. Because Asmongold has a huge audience. Just like, and also, I don't think their viewership take a hit. Like, I don't think like their reputations, maybe, right? But like, viewership wise, like, Emerald's doing fine, Nick is doing fine, Miskiff is doing fine. Like, their events still get people watching. And if every 3 or 4 months, they just have to be like, man, Asmongold did a thing again. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm sure that they would rather do that. They'd rather just like, be like, man, Asmongold, wag the finger at Asmongold once every 3 months to keep an audience of almost 50,000 concurrent viewers. I think they'll do that. Are you in Sacramento? I would love to bring to a tattoo shop for a free tattoo, brother. Not much left in space. I'd love to hook you up with something. I'm not near Sacramento, unfortunately. I appreciate that though. One day I'll get some ink. I'm the only member of my sibling group that's not tattooed. Shout out to Sacramento. How much of the views actually contribute to the bottom line? A lot. like just the number alone will attract sponsors. Sponsors are not going to like do in depth about like who is this person and what do they believe, right? They will for like small creators. If you're a small creator, they will look at like they will Google your name or whatever and make sure you're chill. But if you once you pass that threshold, you have 50,000 viewers. That just goes into the brief. You feel me? That goes into the pitch deck. Like the OCK pitch deck that says we have this amount of viewers concurrently per month, get this many views in a year, right? It goes into the pitch deck. Honestly, they might not even name Asmongold as being a part of that viewers, right? Yeah, but they look at your stats, your spreadsheets. OTK just needs to be like, hey, we have 7 streamers who culminate totaling over 100,000 viewers concurrently. Like that's all they need. They don't need like Asmongold gets this much, Emaru gets this much, Extra Emily gets this much, Ms. Kiff gets this much. You know what I mean? They don't need to do that. Right? Because it gets squished down into like one giant number. Right? Yeah, they can package the views. They can squish down into what if you know the creator economy, this happens a lot. This happens a lot in especially like TikTok creator agencies, right? They will package up viewers to make their numbers look very big, and then they'll sell ad spots or brand deals to companies like that. And so companies only pull out. And this is how a lot of problematic people still get sponsors. You're like, how do problematic people still get sponsors? Like that. Sponsors don't know this person is problematic. They just saw a big number and threw money at it. Right? And only when sponsors become aware that it becomes an issue. Oh yeah, it's a good example. Right, I was talking about directors telling her the producers insist that total cast have a movie have X amount of followers total. Yeah, I have this bookmark to talk about today. I literally had this book to talk about yesterday, actually. And it's a perfect segue. I'm glad you brought it up.
I don't care about Instagram. Instagram sucks. Right, but just so you know, if you have over this many followers, you can get the movie funded. Well, I want to make the movie, so like it's a really confusing line to walk. And I've talked to so many smart directors who
these companies don't do research on purpose until it's because obvious person's fucked up. Yes, yeah, it's not plausible deniability, but like malicious ignorance, if you will. It's better if they don't know. Right? That way, if somebody comes out and it was bad, they'd be like, oh, we didn't know. We just won't work with them in the future. But if it flies under the radar, that's still 50,000 people that they get to advertise to. No harm, no foul. You know, yeah, don't ask, don't tell. Exactly. It's better if the algorithm did it for them. Exactly.
tell me that they get I'm talking to them about how I'm going to delete my Instagram, and they're like, just so you know, when I'm casting a movie with some producers, they hand me a sheet with the amount of collective followers I have to get of the cast that I cast. So if you delete your Instagram and I lose those followers, understand that these are the kinds of people that I need to cast around you. So and so it's confusing, and I find I'm thinking out loud with you right now. I think this will be a lifelong question.
Yeah, I went to the bathroom, but we're gonna watch this Tectone clip. You guys will love this. Oh, it's almost done too. Here, watch this Asmongold clip instead.
That is going to get you a ban, but AFD is not the same thing as the Nazi Party. It's just not. Now, you might think that they're close. You might think that they're a precursor to the Nazi Party, but they're not Nazi Party, and we're not going to ban them for that. And so that's it. And so it's not funny. Yeah, and so and we've received feedback from this, and there's been a lot of people that have said this. Now, just for complete transparency, Twitch hasn't talked to me about any of this. This is just things that I've read online, posts that people have made, etc. And so in the process of us trying to calibrate down, because we do actually have legitimate, we do have legitimate bad actors in chat, right? We already have 30,000 people watching right now. Well, if we already have that many people watching, there's almost a guarantee that there's a few problem boys. And so it's hard for us to moderate the entire chat room. That's just the case. It's very hard for us to do. And especially when there's a really popular topic going on and everybody's super opinionated about it, etc., right? But we're not going to ban people for the AFD thing. So if you did get banned for this, And also, like, there are some people who are making personal attacks at the mods, etc. You guys don't need to do that. This is something that, like, I wanted them to do, and, like, we've been discussing internally now for, I'd say probably 2 weeks or so, maybe 3 weeks now, about, like, how can we calibrate and, like, tone down some of the extremism in the community. Because the reason why is that I think extremism is alienating to a lot of average viewers, and I think that one of the reasons why my channel is successful is because I don't focus and I don't cater to as much extremism. Okay. Rogue Mob went wild on AFD supporters. Yes, I did see this. So we did leave this up. I wanted to address this and talk about it a little bit. So AFD is a right-wing party in Germany, and a lot of people did get banned for supporting that. That is something that we are going to be undoing. We're undoing that. The people that are supportive of AFD are going to get unbanned. Some of them will not get unbanned because some of them said other things that were problematic and bad. Now, the reason why we're unbanning them, and this is the reason, basically, we've had talks internally with, like, my stream and, like, my moderation team. And my mod team, this is something I always say, is that I almost never condemn or say that my mod team is doing something that's wrong, because they do the best job that they possibly can, and sometimes mistakes happen and there are miscalibrations. And so we've gotten a lot of feedback and criticism that we let a lot of people in chat kind of go a little bit too wild, which I think in some cases is true. Like, this is this actual problem that we have. And so we've been trying to address that by banning people. And so, like, where does that line stand? Where is that? Because we don't want to have people, like, for example, like spamming W Nazis, stuff like that. I know that a lot of people, like the majority of people, are spamming that as a joke, but there are some of the people that aren't. And at the end of the day, it does look weird if we have a bunch of people spamming W Nazis. So that is going to get you a ban, but AFD is not the same thing as the Nazi party. It's just not. Now, you might think that they're close, you might think that they're a precursor to the Nazi party, but they're not Nazi party, and we're not going to ban them for
All right, one more time with feeling.
that. And so that's it. And so it's not funny. Yeah, and so and we've received feedback from this, and there's been a lot of people that have said this. Now, just for complete transparency
today, thank you. What's the difference between a precursor and an actual Nazi party? One is okay to say in Asmongold's chat. Imagine the only problem with W Nazi is how it looks. Yeah, guys, come on, it looks weird. People are gonna look in the window and see that we're the Nazis here. All right. Yeah. Let's finish this off too.
Just because some bad actors come into a public space and say crazy shit, they were dealt with immediately. What more do you want?
Bad act.
They weren't dealt with immediately. It took over 24 hours, as we've confirmed. It took over 24 hours. They were banned a day later. Maybe Tectone doesn't know what immediately means. Confirmed. When was the Gremlin tweet? Gremlin's tweet happened after they were banned, I think. Unless. Well, okay. It may happen before. We don't know. No, it was after. Let's see. This was the 14th. They were banned on the 13th. But that doesn't mean all those chats were clipped from the VOD 1 hour before the tweet. Which tweet? This tweet was on the 14th. Is there another tweet that Gremlin had? Gremlin had multiple tweets. This was on the 13th, though. Is there a 13th tweet? Messages were clipped from Asmon's VOD. The same night tweet went out. The stream was 2 days earlier. Well, the point is, like, when did he ban them? Because they were banned on the 13th. Like, anyway, doesn't matter. Point is, like, it was only after, like, the VOD got traction elsewhere. It may have not been Gremlin's tweet specifically, but it was when the VOD got traction. It was over a day later. Bro, Asmon just said they were unbanned. He technically said that not the people who said W Nazis were unbanned, but W AFD. Those people got unbanned. And that's different in Asmongold's chat, don't you know? Anyway, I want to watch this clip first, and then let's continue.
But the thing is, most things that I say, you know what's funny? Even recently, like, you want more threads? We make one now if you want another one. So there's this sentiment going on Reddit that I said that like LSF causes OTK to lose sponsors, right?
Oh, please get me out of this clip.
Nope.
No!
I'm locking the door.
No, please!
No, you're stuck.
Oh my God, no, I didn't know you were gonna go
Yep,
here.
we're going here because I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of seeing it.
Okay.
So that whole thing was taken out of. You can't leave.
The door's actually locked. Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Girl, so that whole thing is not what I said.
For the chatter who asked for like a synopsis of the pirate software thing, he defended his collab with Asmon and said he would do it again after seeing the Asmon chat stuff. And then he deleted that tweet. I don't know if he made another tweet afterwards, but he said, once talking to Asmongold about a video game to review to dispel lies about the game was not platforming their ideological or political opinions. It's a conversation between a game between two people, primarily gamer audiences in an MMO genre. 2, I would do it again. That's what he said. This was his tweet. Here's it again. We talked about it on my stream before he deleted it. Everyone fan since the days of being a small streamer to the big streamer she is now. That's crazy. Cinna's been cool. I like Cinna. I said yesterday, I met Cinna before she was like 7,000-8,000 viewer Andy at the Stream Awards last year. She still had more followers than I did, to be clear, right? But she was cool then. Didn't know he deleted it. Yeah, it is deleted. One of these is the correct clip. Here. Yeah, see? This post has been deleted. I said apolitical creator aligning with right-wing beliefs, fork found in the kitchen. Here, I'm gonna put the tweet here so I don't lose it again.
Okay, my whole thing about that was the intended effect of what people there try to do with like emailing sponsors doesn't have the intended effect that they want. Because the intended effect is what, no, you can't leave, stay in the slip.
Okay.
They want Asmon to stop doing what he's doing.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And my whole point is, Asmon even said this himself, he will never stop, okay? But what happens is when you do that, other people end up suffering because of it, not Asmon. That guy does not give a fuck.
Okay, but he should suffer.
But he's never going to.
I think he
is
should.
the roach king. He does not care.
Like in my opinion, this is a W from Cinna. This is the first time I've seen somebody like outside of Hasan actually be critical of Asmongold. Like genuinely. Genuinely, this is the first person, the first streamer I've seen actually say this. The first one. I've not seen anybody else say it. Still, to this point, right now, I have not seen anybody else say it. Oh, squeaks. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously not my friend group, chat. Not my friend group. Yeah. I meant outside of this space. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if one of my friends weren't talking about how Asmongold was bad, I'd be like, that's a bit strange. And I would talk to them privately, right? Of course, we talked about it here. Gremlo, you know, Brett, myself, Casey Tron, Mike, Caroline. Like, obviously, we know. We are political people. We are aware of Asmongold being bad. Obviously, we've talked about it, right? But like, Senna is not an outwardly expressly political person, right? Squeaks, not an outwardly expressly political person. With Squeaks coming out being like, yeah, fuck that guy. That's sick. That's awesome. It's pretty funny. But like, you know what I mean? I will always respect that. Also, yes, Denims is a part of the group, chat. I mean, OTK and friends aren't saying it. She's the only one. Not even just OTK and friends. I mean, everybody else. I'm not just talking about OTK and friends or Austin streamers, or I'm going into like, you know, freaking LA streamers, Atlanta streamers, freaking New York streamers if they exist, bro. Nobody else is saying it. Like, it's just kind of like Asmongold is doing Asmongold stuff, and we're all just like, all right, okay. You gonna sell your bit with the bleep machine? You know what? Fair. You can have it. I'll share it. You know what I mean? Let's find the Squeaks clip. I'll play this while I wait.
He should care.
But he doesn't. And people think we haven't told him not to say some things in the past. He doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, but no, do you know what you're missing in wording about that, though, is that if he doesn't care, then I think that a different conversation needs to be had with his actions. Do you know what I mean? Because he's being so out of pocket.
What conversation?
You know.
How can you stop him?
I think
there's one person that can stop Asmongold.
And it's him.
No, it's Twitch.
I think that it's him.
But he obviously, if he chooses, he can. But he's not going to.
That's like 5 hate threats you just added.
No, but seriously, speak freely. If Asmongold was never an OTK, we had nothing to do with him, because people are like, oh, Emmy, why do you even talk to him, right? All that said, he's still gonna do Asmongold things.
No, actually, I don't disagree with Nick here. I don't disagree with him in his like analysis, right? But again, what Brett's saying is, yeah, like that's I think them quitting the organization is not going to stop Asmongold, but there are steps that they can take in order to like abide by their morals and principles. He's not wrong in saying that like they can't stop Asmon, right? Asmongold is the largest streamer there. They could not stop him. OTK needs Asmon more than Asmon needs OTK. He's not incorrect there. But that's not to say that there are not steps you can take to stick by your morals. And you can and should take them. Right? 100%. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, but okay.
He ain't gonna stop. He's gonna do it today.
Do you want my?
He's gonna do it tomorrow. He's gonna do it the next day.
I would say Ethan's crew is a tad different. It's similar. I'd say it's a tad different because they are technically employed by Ethan. These are other streamers, and they have the autonomy to make the decisions that they want to do. They are individual people with individual platforms. The crew, or Ethan Klein, are employed, so it is different. It is different. Not saying that they don't have autonomy to like separate themselves if they wanted to, right? But it's not entirely the same. Trans people are safe on Twitch. They are safe on Twitch. They are safe here. I will defend trans people here. I say he needs to kick Asmon. If I remember correctly, OTK is mainly so does an NP's creation. I mean, either way, they should do something about this. Only time will tell whether or not something will actually happen. I will say, as viewers, you have a responsibility to support the people you want to support, right? And that's the autonomy that you have. You can do like public pressure or whatever, and you'd be like, oh, I think this should happen. But you know, it's using what you use, which is your eyeballs, you know, your eyeballs to decide what to support and what not to support to make these decisions. You feel me? I'll TK, I don't care. If they don't want to speak out, they shouldn't get views by only one person. And that's the decision you can make. They dump Asmon, can they survive? If they keep Asmon, can they survive? I don't know. Right? And that's why I will sit here and I will be fair. I will acknowledge that it's not an easy thing to do. Right? It is a question that they need to reckon with. Do they survive without Asmon? Or do they survive with Asmon? If they keep Asmon, do they keep the views, but does the org tank because people are stop watching because of it? Or if they kick Asmon out, do you lose access to that audience, right? And then have to contend with dealing with that lack of viewership? I don't know. I genuinely do not know what the answer to that would be. I know what I would do. I know what I would personally, morally do, right? But I'm not the owner of the organization. So I can only talk about, you know, the general concepts. They have to make the decision, right? What I have control over is who I watch. That's the only thing that I or you guys have control over. Who do I watch? And so if they make the decision to cut Asmon loose, and I want to support that decision and continue to watch creators from OTK, that's what I'll do. If they decide to keep Asmongold, and I don't want to support that decision to watch OTK streamers, then that's what I do. You feel me? And that's a decision that everybody here and on the internet has to make. You feel me? If they lose viewership because of Asmon's behavior, could they bring a lawsuit? I don't. Most people are not very litigious in this space, honestly. Outside of a few notable personalities. Most people are not very litigious. That's what I'll say. But here, I will continue this. Once they don't get good faith, they don't get handshake, they don't get respectful disagreement, they get isolation, and I don't even know what that emote is, but true.
Honest opinion on this.
Do you think Asmon would be able to mobilize MAGA people to his side and do damage to Twitch if he gets banned? No. Not really. Not particularly. I think people will be mad. I think he'll move on. I don't think a crusade against Twitch on YouTube is going to hit. Saltman tried and failed. That's because Saltman was a smaller creator, even with Destiny's like backing, still smaller than Asmongold is. But like, I mean, like, Asmon was on their side. You know what I mean? Asmon wasn't like not on their side. Asmon agreed with them. Asmon watched their content. Asmon like was going to bring Diddy Saltman on stream. You know what I mean? Like, so maybe he would try. I don't know how successful it would be. You go back to the Reddit post about we want abandoned Asmon. Just mentioned a Reddit response about Islamophobia. I think the Reddit post was also tips out. I mean, it's so freaking long, bro. It's so long. I'm watching this video instead.
Okay, I think that when you are tied to, for example, right? If I had like 5 employees, right? And I'm saying a bunch of crazy shit, and it cost those employees their job.
Yeah. This is,
At what point?
You're not invading Russia prediction take. Asmon is a petty asshole looking for revenge. I'm not saying that he won't. I'm saying that it won't work. That's my take. My take is that I don't think it'll be successful. I don't think he'll success. I think he'll like eventually like move on or whatever. Because like, I don't think Asmon cares about this enough. You know what I mean? Like I don't. Yeah, I want to run this back though.
Okay, I think that when you are tied to, for example, right? If I had like 5 employees, right? And I'm saying a bunch of crazy shit, and it cost those employees their job.
Yeah.
At what point is my like yes, I can be as unhinged as I want, right? But the people who are affected by it are allowed to be mad at me for being that unhinged, and eventually.
Agreed.
Should either be fully disconnected from me or like say, hey, I'm not willing to be around this. Because again, and this is like a personal thing, I don't hate anybody, I have no drama with anybody, I don't wish any drama with anybody, right? However, I know when certain things that I don't agree with morally are going on, I'm just gonna be like, hey, I'm good. You know what I mean? Versus like, and I think that that's where people are misunderstanding what you're saying. if that makes sense, because they're taking a portion of what you're saying and then being like, well, he's saying that it's not really his fault, it's the people's fault, when in reality...
I never said that. It literally starts at the top, of course.
Right, but
if Asmon didn't say things, then X wouldn't happen.
That's where I think the disconnect is coming from, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not saying that you said that thing.
With Nick too, though. Like, in this conversation, I don't think Nick, like, disagrees with, like, this concept, right? I think he understood this before this conversation even happened in the first place, right? I think Nick, kind of as chatters were saying, as chatters who are in here who are fans of Nick, he got tired of like combating Asmon, which my thing is like that's one thing you should never get tired of. If you're gonna be around somebody who's saying stuff that Asmon says, you gotta be on the ball to distance yourself from it. Right? Like that's not one thing you can become resigned about. You gotta. Again, I don't think you should be, but if you're going to be around Asmongold, you got to be like, every time he says something, that comes with the territory, you know what I mean? It comes with the territory of being around Asmongold, that every time he says something, you got to come out and say something against it, right? Which is why it's beneficial to separate yourself from Asmon, right? Or anybody who has like problematic, like, you know, behavior, because you don't have to then worry about having to defend yourself against being associated with that behavior at that moment. If you want to be around him, you get painted with the brush. Yeah. That's just what it is. Everyone knows right from wrong, but acting on it is different when your paycheck is a different story. This is true. 100%. Now, this is what I would say is also applies to the crew as well. Like H Street's crew. Right? It is something you have to worry about. I've ever seen Nick stream with Asmon, to be honest. It doesn't really matter though. He's like in the space, you know? He's a part of the organization. And like whether or not I think that's the case or he's associated with Asmon or not, it doesn't matter because that's how the viewers see him, right? Viewers go to like OTK's page, right? And goes to the creator and they see Asmongold and they see Nick, right? They see Asmongold, they see Emerald, they see Asmongold, they see Mizkiff, right? It doesn't matter how close they actually are or how much they actually stream together. The fact is that that's what people see. People see this, right? And is it fair? I don't know. I don't know. Fair or not, that's reality. You know what I mean? That's reality.
I'm saying it's right, but I'm saying that I think that's where the disconnect is.
You guys, why is Tectone, why does he continue to act like he's in the org? No, he's just defending Asmon for the love of the game, honestly. Respect. He's got NGC Will's comment about it last night. We did. We started with Will's comment earlier in the stream. Nick also calls Asmon his friend still in the flex and says he's also friends with Hasan when people ask him why they're still friends. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. I'm just letting you know that like, it's in the VOD if you want to watch the VOD. Speaking of, hello YouTube chat. I've totally been watching you the entire time and I've not been neglecting you directly. Definitely not. Let's continue.
And also, you gotta remember, and this is how I see it. As much as I get mad, I hate comments.
Okay, I gotta stop pausing this. I'm gonna let it run through again after I read this message. I just gotta hear what did Pirates say or back. I hope he's not stumbling for a Nazi. He defended his. He's not defending Asmongold like directly. He's defending his collaboration with Nazi. With Nazi. He's defending his collaboration with Asmon, saying that he would collaborate with him again, even though Asmon is like being a Nazi apologist. Right? He's saying, well, in the context of the collabs that I did with Asmongold, it actually makes sense. It actually makes sense for me to collaborate with him, and I'll do it again. So, that's what the pirate thing is. One, talking to Asmongold about video games, review and dispel lies about the game is not platforming their ideological or political opinions. It's a conversation about the game between two people that are primarily gamer audiences in an MMO genre. Number two, I would do it again. That's what the pirate software take is. Pirate software only cares about the issues that affect him. I mean, yeah, that's what it's, yeah. So saying, hey, but yeah, I just want to talk about fashion. Yeah. And if I only want to talk about art. I was like that when I'm in YouTube chat, that we're having a chat amongst the chatters. Okay, I'll just turn it back off then. Bye, YouTube chat. Okay. Anyway, let's finish this clip off. Is it gonna be still playing on the Saudi Arabia with Asmon? I don't know. You gotta ask him that.
Are affected by it are allowed to be mad.
Have you seen his mana? What was he supposed to do? Is crazy. Deep cut chat, in case you don't understand it. Pirate Software did not do very well at WoW, and he actually quit the game because of it.
At Unhinged, and eventually.
Agreed.
Should either be fully disconnected from me or like say, hey, I'm not willing to be around this. Because again, and this is like a personal thing, I don't hate anybody, I have no drama with anybody, I don't wish any drama with anybody, right? However, I know when certain things that I don't agree with morally are going on, I'm just gonna be like, hey, I'm good. You know what I mean? Versus like, and I think that that's where people are misunderstanding what you're saying, if that makes sense. Because they're taking a portion of what you're saying and then being like, well, he's saying that it's not really his fault, it's the people's fault. When in reality,
I never said that. It literally starts at the top, of course.
Right, but
if Asmon didn't say things, then X wouldn't
that's where
happen.
I think the disconnect is coming from. If that makes sense. Like, I'm not saying that you said that thing. I'm saying it's right, but I'm saying that there's. I think that's where the disconnect is. Because, and also you got to remember, and this is how I see it. As much as I get mad and hate comments, I'm a streamer, and most people are never going to give me the benefit because my perspective on things is coming from such a niche experience that most of the average person they don't, you know what I mean? They don't have the luxury to do half the things that we do. So to them, they're like, why are you complaining? Why are you making this problem? Like, I feel like that's such a normal thing for in their interaction, because for me to ask for sympathy on my perspective, I'm asking for sympathy on a perspective that not a lot of people have. Does that make sense? Is that making sense? I think it's
no. I understand,
but I'm not saying that what you said
so
is.
I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm just asking for people to argue in good faith.
Sorry, trigger warning for Missy, by the way. This is a really good way of communicating. I like Senna. Senna is cool. I am a fan of Senna. I am happy for Senna's success. And the next has something important. Well, blame the clip. Blame the clip. It ends here. I love when chatters get mad at me for not playing the full clip when the clip that I was provided just doesn't have the clip there. Like, I'm sorry. Get mad at You'll Love Twitch for not clipping that. Anyway. Jeez Louise. Point is, also I want to see Squeaks' take on this.
Wait, that's Asmongold? I've never seen him outside of his room.
Or they tried not to even make eye contact with me. I asked where the bathroom was. They didn't even want to tell me that.
Do you have your tail on?
No.
Oh, okay.
I had to take it off. I had to get
Fuck that guy? Yeah. No drama. I'm not afraid to say it. He's a fucking idiot. I just can't stand that guy.
Lock the door.
W Squeaks.
I'm
W Squeaks. yeah. Squeaks is funny. Squeaks is good. I like Squeaks too. Okay? Hot take. I also like Squeaks. I like a lot of people. I don't like a few people. And let's all say it at once, chat. 3, 2, 1. Your mom. Got him. Women. That's crazy. That's crazy. His arms out with no biceps. Okay, chill on me. Hop off my nutsack. All right. Your mom loves my lack of biceps. Also, it's just a regular shirt. Americans? You know what? That's fair. That's messed up, bro. That's what I'm saying. I know, right? These people are so mean to me. Anyway. Oh wait, that's how we got here in the first place. We were talking about pirate software tweeting through it, bro. You willingly introduce people searching for your game content to the content shown above. You knew 150% what Asmon was doing was about before getting into talks with him. And judging from this that you posted just in this thread alone, you take any concern for his rhetoric and meme about it. I find it interesting that you think this is a one-way street and only what you have the most negative outcome. I introduced him to my audience. I introduced his audience to the truth about a game that's been lied about on stream not 10 minutes prior. That ends up being millions of viewers. The record was set straight, and that was all we discussed. Absolutely, you taught his viewers lessons about sorting information and vetting actual game sources. That's a positive. Oh, now I'm a pirate viewer who saw this video. Now I searched Asmongold on Twitch. Oh my god, there's all this bullshit and hate. You only want to acknowledge heads, not tails. Then block him and stop watching his channel. That's a choice that you should have made based on what type of content you want to consume. In this situation, my choice refute. In this situation, my choice refute the lies made about the game to both his audience, him and his audience. He's a much larger creator. He has a dynamically larger reach, and his audience was negative about a game due to misinformation. Not setting the record straight would be a disservice to the developers and players in the game. I'd rather have a discussion and dispel that, especially when the damage is much greater than if I didn't. Shipwrecker doesn't feel threatened about Nazi apologia. It's a large audience of how about them games, guys. Yeah. So yeah, this one where he does this a lot, by the way. Let's see, close this, 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 close this. We'll go back to this in a second. I think there's a real disparity here. I guess this is where I morally differ from you, man. I wouldn't want to talk about Balatron with Andrew Tate, even if it had helped the developers. I just hate to see Asmon platformed it anyway because of how terrible a person he clearly is. Nothing to push against, nothing to push about it. I think there's a real disparity of the idea of platforming here as well. His community and his reach are drastically larger than mine. To not act would do more damage to the game than I could ever hope to correct. You either do something or you don't. Consequences either way. Okay, so even if this is the truth, even if this is true and this is the case, right? And then you either do something or don't. Consequences either way. You're arguing that introducing your audience to a Nazi or a Nazi adjacent audience filled with Nazis is less harmful than you correcting misinformation about that same audience that you claim is so wide and vast and powerful would be beneficial. Not saying one fuck Nazis. Yeah, he said, I mean, to be fair to Pirate Software, he did say, I disagree with that rhetoric there. He did say that. But take what you will about that. You already read this one. This person then says, Nazi sympathizers eat shit. We talked about video games, opinion discarded. Keep telling yourself that it's easier to take in the money than call out your Nazi friend. Firstly, what money? Is deeply unpopular to take a stance like I did. And I did not. Wait. It's deeply unpopular to take a stance like I did. And I did so to save the name of a video game we discussed. I have not made any money out of nor was ever financially a sound decision to ever do so. Technically, I am in no way condoning his political stances. Never done so and never would do so. As much as everyone would want this to be about politics and narratives, it was way larger. It was literally about clearing bullshit lies about a video game and an alpha to a very large audience. Like, nobody knows all donations go to your mods. LOL. Man, Pirate Software fans are so funny. He's saying he wasn't sponsored by Ashes of Creation, right? Again, he's still talking about the game itself and not the fact that him platforming or being introduced to Asmongold would have generally benefited his career because he's introduced to a larger audience. And how what he's taking here, he's acting like, oh, I took a hit by actually defending Ashes of Creation, right? It was an unpopular stance. But he also can't say, you know, just Nazis are bad, actually. He says, I never condone his behavior and I never will condone his behavior. He's not saying I condemn his behavior. Nazism is bad and I disagree with it. That I have not seen from him yet. One day, we will. One day we'll see him say those words eventually. We're discussing vegetarianism, so it was fine to talk with him. Yeah. We were just discussing art and painting and stuff, you know? Seems you both don't actually understand. I'm not talking about Asmon's needs. I'm talking about what you're showing other people that his opinions are worth listening to. You're putting positivity on his influence, which includes a bunch of hateful bullshit. I am well aware of what your opinion is on this. Talking to him was a net positive for the game, cleared up misinformation and informed the community, and did not discuss either of our political opinions or ideologies. It's possible to have a conversation that won't piss off everyone Thanksgiving. Difficult, I know. Like, bro. Just take a step back for 1 second and think maybe legitimizing somebody who has like Asmon's ideology is not a good thing. Just take a step back and just think, maybe I should not have done this stream legitimizing this person who's now coming out to be Nazi apologist. Like, maybe. Do I think Pirate's a Nazi? No. Do I think he's an idiot? Can see the negativity of his actions? Yes. Like, he's doing Asmon apology. You know, apologia. And as we know, Asmon does Nazi apologia. So, by the transitive property, if we do some little bit of math here, chat, you know, I'll pull out the paint because I know Pirate Software loves this. Right? We have Asmon's audience equals Nazi. Asmon equals Nazi apologist. Right? Which means that Pirate Software equals Pirate Software is a Asmon apologist. But as we know, chat, Asmon is a stand-in for Nazi apologist. So we can, by the transitive property, we can say that Pirate Software is a Nazi, here, I put it in parentheses, apologist, right? Which means if we simplify this down, we can say that Pirate is a Nazi apologist. You know what it is. Squared. That's math, baby. That's math, baby. Nazi apologists are apologists. Listen, we haven't, I didn't say this was the most simplified form, okay? I did not say this was the most simplified form. I just said this is a simplified form. And I will say, you can simplify Nazi apologists down simpler. I won't say what it simplifies down to. I won't say what it simplifies down to. I'm just saying that it can be simplified. It is one word. It is one word. Materially, they're equal. Or would you say what it simplifies down to? Are you protecting them? Listen, I like to leave things open for the audience to fill in. You can fill in the blanks. If you're at a table with 9 Nazis and you don't call them out, then you are a blank. Listen, you could be a number of different things. Who knows? Thin purple line strikes again. This is true. I am a part of the thin purple line. Interactive lecture. I know what this is about. Seems like, well, I already said this one. Wait, I already read this one. Oh, this one. Only thing Pirate did was validate Asmon's to Pirate's community and let Asmon farm him for content. Asmon communities likely didn't even remember the comments he made about the game. If you knew anything about me, you would know that I despise React content, hit issues head on, talk about them, work it out, move on. Never said I know you. I'm not parasocial. I barely engage with your content. There are people in this planet we're given a platform or even talking to. They are spreading misinformation about something you care about. There are methods of correcting it found. Anyway, this just goes on forever. It goes on. I'm not going to read all of these, but just know that it goes on forever. Also, okay, I'll read this one though. I'll read this one. Under the comment of the post that he deleted, which we looked at already, the person said, "This is the gamer audience of an MMO genre in which you speak of." That's a snippet of a bunch of dipshits saying idiotic things that does not denote the entire community of our streamer. We moderate that kind of shit out of our chat immediately in my stream. This is why I said Pirate Software is doing Asmon apologia, right? This is him caping for Asmon. Because if Pirate Software knew about what Asmon talks about, he would know that Asmon talks about exactly what these people are saying. Asmon agrees with them. There's a reason why they weren't banned immediately, and it took 24 hours and a lot of public pressure to get them banned in the first place. And he's like, this is not to denote the entirety of the Asmon community. How do you know? Do you know the entirety of the Asmon community? Do you really? When the subject matter is quite literally a video game and the chat is spamming scam, it's time to talk about the game and the misinformation around it. By the end of our talk, people were interested in playing. I no longer believe the bullshit. What you have to understand is snapshots or shortcuts of interactions are not the entirety of a community or a person. Sorry, are you claiming, and this is the problem, he won't claim that Asmongold is not a Nazi. He won't say that Asmongold is not a Nazi. But what he will say is he will say, there's a large breadth of information out there, and what a community says does not always represent what streamers say. Snapshots of said interactions in said communities do not all the time perfectly encapsulate the entirety of the viewpoint of said communities. And he won't say what Asmongold believes. He won't say Asmongold is not a Nazi. He won't say Asmongold is not doing a Nazi apologia. He just says, this is a snapshot of shortcuts of interactions that are not the entirety of the entire community. I just want to point that out. You don't spend your time, calories, money with anyone Nazi adjacent to do so as to support that rhetoric, no matter how much the context. A zero tolerance for Nazis and talking points or anyone who remotely supports or repeat that BS. Popular people have become entirely too soft and comfortable with Nazis in their speak, in turn, which makes their audience take a similar stance. Yeah. Actually, your reasoning in illogical soloism is faulty premise, i.e. Zax. I don't even know what that word is. Like, I'm stupid. says Asmon is not a Nazi, which has become a total misuse of the term. Y'all don't appear to know what Nazis are. I've learned from a generation that fought World War II. Do you think its audience aren't Nazis? Again, I was very clear in my demonstration, right? I said this right here that's on the screen are Nazis. This is a Nazi community. The people saying W Nazi, W Adolf, and based to Nazis are Nazis. These are Nazis. I am very clear about my language. I said that Asmon is running apologia for Nazis. This was in his community, and he allowed it to be so. He looked at his chat, saw people saying base when talking about Nazis, and he did nothing about it. Sorry, Asmon quacks like a Nazi and fosters that community. Asmon has a big come to Jesus moment impending, and he's cool with the AFD. Remember, they are specifically talking about Nazis targeting LGBT people. This entire convo in the chat exists to facilitate their bigotry enabled towards trans and queer people. True. They are saying that Nazis are good because they were eradicating gender ideology. Right? Because they were anti-trans, because Nazis killed trans people and queer people. That is the underlying context of this entire conversation. What post was deleted here? I was at a shitty crust punk bar once after getting an after work beer. One of the shitholes where the bartenders were clearly hate you. So the bartender and I were ignoring one another when someone sits next to me and says, I immediately no, get out. The dude next to me says, hey, I'm not doing anything, I'm paying customer. Bartender reaches under the counter for a bat or something. He says, out now. The dude leaves kind of yelling. And he was dressed in a punk uniform, I noticed. Anyway, I asked what that was about. The bartender was like, you didn't see his vest. It was all Nazi shit, iron crosses and stuff. You get to recognize them. And I was like, oh, okay. He continues. You have to nip it in the bud immediately. These guys come in, and you have a nice, polite one, and then you serve them because you don't want to cause a scene. And then they come on regular, and after a while, they bring a friend. That dude is cool too. And then they bring friends, and their friends bring friends, and they stop being cool, and you realize, oh, this is a Nazi bar now. And it's too late because they become entrenched, and you try to kick them out, and they cause a problem, and now you have to shut them. So you have to shut them down. And I was like, oh damn. And he was like, yeah, you have to ignore their reasonable arguments because that their end goal is to be terrible, awful people. And then he went back to ignoring me, but I haven't forgotten that at all. There are people who didn't understand that not every Nazi was a party member who directly committed war crimes or manifestations of pure evil. I think our understanding of the party is so cartoonishly evil that we narrow the scope of its use in a way that we say it's inappropriate to throw the label around as incorrect, even if not everyone is Hitler, Himmler, or Goebbels. There are a lot of Nazis. I mean, even going further into the first part of this message, right? About how the characterization of Nazis are uniquely evil, right? That's something that, this is trigger warning for politics, chat. This gets into politics, right? This is something that Israel has ran the line for consistently, right? The idea that Nazis are uniquely evil and that the atrocities that Nazis committed are uniquely evil and not a product of, fascism entrenched in a specific space that grew and festered and allowed to, get to the point of committing such evil atrocities, right? Nazis are uniquely evil, therefore we must then have an ethno state kind of beat, right? That is a line that Israel has run pretty consistently, right? The Nazis are evil. They are genuinely evil, right? But yes, they are also human. They are as human as society now. They are. And if we fall into the talking point of oh, Nazis are only 1930s Germany, we are going to let fascism soak and fester and grow until we have another moment similar to, you know, the Nazi, you know, movement's growth. And then we're like, how did this happen? How did this even come about? Whoa, that's so surprising. What? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. That's my point. That's my point. My point is, reform if it's true, and only if a pirate equals Asmon apologia. A pirate is trying to decouple from Asmon politics, and therefore conclude that pirate equals just a game that's trying to save it from a PR nightmare. No, because you can't decouple Asmon's politics from Asmongold. You can't. Especially, and I would agree with you, if he was actually distancing from Asmon's politics. Right? He's simultaneously saying, we didn't talk about politics at all, while being like, oh no, these are just benign, you know, bad actors in the community. Right? So he's simultaneously defending, right, Asmon's community, while claiming that, like, he has nothing to do with it. Also, he did say, and deleted the tweet, saying that he would do it again, even knowing what the community looks like. Most of them are not Nazis. Most of them barely understand what it means to be a Nazi. They're Nazi weaves or Nazi lovers or Nazi wannabes. I feel like calling everyone Nazi is going to backfire us at some point. I disagree with you. Okay, I actually know how to take it back. I want you to tell me which one of these are not Nazis. Which one? Tell me which of these people are not a Nazi, and then I'll agree with you. Which one? Is it the W. Adolf one? Is it the Nazi W one? Which one is the real Nazi? Which one is the not real Nazi? I'm talking about what's their chatters. Tell me which one of the chatters. My point is that I'm not saying you're incorrect. I'm not saying that every one of these chatters are ideological Nazis, right? The point is that when you have ideological Nazis and then you just have other people marching alongside them, does it matter at that point? Does it matter? Like, yeah, so half the people are chanting, the Jews will not replace us with tiki torches, and the other half of the people are just like, I'm just walking here because it's fun. They're still walking alongside Nazis. They are still fine with being in cohorts with Nazis. They're totally fine with it. They're totally fine with it. They're totally chill with it. Well, I want to see what this person said. I always miss these chatters. Was it Nazis were long gone? I was responding to them. I mean, you can unban them if you want to respond to them. If you go to a Nazi rally and just stand there doing nothing, not cheering, just listening, are they a Nazi? That's a great question. Easier example are, as a black man, is people defending saying the N-word with a hard R because they didn't know instead of telling them not to say it. Yeah. And here's the thing, like, if I walk into a space, if I walk into like a sports club and we're playing basketball, right, and people shout out, yo, it's the Nazi sports club. I'm like, what? Right? And then everybody else is like, yeah, yeah. I'm like, all right, I'm in the wrong place, and I leave. Right? I'm like, I'm not a Nazi. I don't want to be a part of the Nazi sports club. I leave. I walk away. And I don't come back. But if my homeboy was like, yeah, I'm gonna stay here and play some basketball, I'm like, Doug, are you a Nazi? Are you a Nazi? Why do you want to stay in the Nazi sports club and play basketball? If you know a space is a Nazi space, if you know a space is pro-Nazi, why would you want to stay otherwise, like, outside of just being a Nazi? other people play this pedantic game of whether a Nazi sympathizer is a Nazi or not. It's so disingenuous. It's so disingenuous nonsense. Then, like, I'm fair with like calling Asmongold a Nazi apologist, right? If you're like, I don't know what Asmongold believes or whatever, he's a Nazi apologist. These people have demonstrated that they are Nazis. They have demonstrated that they agree with Nazis. They demonstrated that they are pro-Nazi, right? They have said and stated and demonstrated that they are Nazis, right? Whether or not they're edgy gamer Nazis, or whether or not they're like Nazi adjacent Nazis, or they're wannabe Nazis, they have demonstrated that they are aligned with Nazi ideology, right? Hope analogy: if a rape apologist has never raped someone, you still need to be concerned that they will rape someone because they defend it. The saying is one Nazi at a table and 10 other people, there's 11 Nazis now. Yeah, we've gone to like 7 different types of this iteration, right? Not iteration, this analogy. But yeah, that's what it is. That's why I did that of Asmon's chat. He reacts to Maddie, a trans WoW YouTuber. Scarab Lord series was fun. The moment he started catering more and more to the right-wing politics in the community, I was like, enough with this. Yeah. Reason why Nazis did what they did exactly because the people are staying on the side, watching them and not condemning them. They are at least collaborators and have to still be treated as Nazis. Another comment: I just want a classless, classless society. If you restrict your definition of Nazis to only people who truly believe Nazism in their heart, then it becomes useless. It's not worth trying to figure out who's a true believer. Yeah. It's like racist. You feel me? It's like the term racist. It's like, if it's like, oh, you can only be racist if you like believe racist things and believe that black people are inherently inferior to white people or whatever. It is very hard to tell who's racist then, right? If you cannot judge by their actions, but by what they believe, it's going to be very difficult to decide what their belief system is, because it's impossible to prove what people believe. Right? Like, literally you have people saying essentially, I am a Nazi or whatever. Like, Nazis are base, Nazis are awesome. And you're just like, huh. But are they really a Nazi if you think about it? I don't think so. They're telling you this with their own words. Flavor doesn't change the fact that they are doing historical revisions of an apologia. Like, okay, he has no convictions. He's talking about shit. He has no idea of creating an environment for Nazis. What does label change? It's meanie Bobini. This is the guy who said he only vote for politics to benefit himself. Sounds like Asmon is a typical grifter. He farms for desperate, loyal demographics because it benefits him. At the end of the day, he'll end up what he surrounds himself with, filth. Yeah. Anyway, this is probably the worst one I saw from Pirate Software. I'm not sure why he didn't delete this one. Like, this was probably the worst one from him. A snippet that's like 25 people in a row. Yeah. Pretty amazing turn here from the that was an apolitical conversation that had nothing to do with ideology to actually Asmon's community is nice and not Nazis. And I know this because they stopped calling my game gay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, why defend this? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, you don't need to do this. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And he's repeating the same thing over and over again. I don't think it's anything new. Right? As someone who watched getting the animation and 2D art for game development, I watched you for it. The fact that you collab with this person who'd rather have my friends jobless than make the games they want, and you want to die on that hill, seriously makes me regret watching you. The entire conversation occurred because we already heard this one. If I waited for the misinformation, the misinformation would immediately spread further, but then my content would ever reach. Asmon's audience was drastically larger than mine, so not something whatever. We already heard him say this before. We never discussed politics or ideology, and it was not platforming or our collab. Well, it was very clearly a collab, by the way. It was very clearly a collab. It was dispelling misinformation about a video game that was very productive. At the end of the day, the audience changed their opinion, and we broke off on positive terms. If you believe that people cannot have a discussion about unrelated topics without political ideology infecting one another, then we really can't have a workable discussion at the end of the day. I guarantee you do the same. You do this every day with people without even realizing it. I can very clearly say I do not have conversations with Nazis. Pirate Software can't say that. I can say that. I do not look to have conversations with Nazis. I do not look to converse with Nazis about benign things every day. I do not. The only conversation you should ever have with a Nazi, ever, the only case where it maybe seems, maybe relevant, is getting them to stop being a Nazi. That's it. How one is your coworker? I don't have any Nazi coworkers. Maybe that's a privileged take for me. I don't have Nazi coworkers. I do not. Is a fascist tactic to tighten and fortify boundaries classifying hate? You need a white robe or hood as irrefutable evidence that somebody is a racist. Then suddenly racism is cured while DI programs are eroded and police brutality is normalized again. I realized that when I was asking for myself. You talk to them about being not a Nazi. There's a Nazi in every retail store, and I'm sorry to hear that. Also, China is right that it's involuntary, so it's not really the same thing. You know what I mean? And he keeps going on, by the way. He just keeps going. He keeps going. He keeps going. And he keeps going. He just keeps going. He just keeps going. And that's what he does. Like, again, my problem with Pirate Software is not that he, right? My problem with Pirate Software is not that he collaborated with Asmongold, right? My problem with Pirate Software is that he just cannot seem to understand why people are upset with him and just say, yeah, maybe I should not have platformed the Nazi apologist. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe that was a bad thing for me to do, actually. He can't do it. I think it's deliberate, honestly, at this point. I mean, it must be. It keeps going, by the way. I'm not done yet. Like, oh, wrong one. Like, it keeps going. If you collaborate with the streamer, you're promoting them by introducing your audience to them, and some will start following the streamer. If that streamer makes a statement about supporting Nazi ideology, you have promoted Nazi ideology to your fans. This is not political. This is true. This is true. I just sneeze. Yes, it's very, very clearly this. So you're saying that in this regard, you believe not a single one of your fans watch Asmongold and you talk, and then decided to check out his other content, therefore exposing the politically dangerous content he shares. I like to think you're not that oblivious. Where did I state that? If people can't decide for themselves what's correct in the world, then we are a lot more we're a lot more lost than anyone thought. By all means, watch anyone you want online. No! Are you insane? No, you should not, chat, you should not watch Nazis. See, was that so hard? Is that difficult to say? Chat, you should not watch Nazi content. You should not be a Nazi. You should not watch Nazi content. You should not engage with Nazis. Nazis are not good. Very, very simple, very easy. I actually expect my audience to come out and actually know what's good for them and not. Like, and if someone can't single-handedly help reform someone, I don't call out those dangers, the dangers those people pose either. Then when all these Schrodinger Nazis show up in, with obvious ideological goals and lend support and then help them gain popularity and increase the harm and violence caused to society, then I'm responsible too. Even a ridiculously charitable, logical falsehood does not end in their favor. Yeah. But I mean, obviously, he's like, you know, yeah. By no means replace your critical thinking with their position verbatim. No influencer is a puppet master. You decide if you want to absorb their messaging or not. You make it seem as if Asmongold is some old god cognito hazard. Like they're an influencer though. They influence thought. People watch you because they care about what you have to say. And if you support and promote someone, they're going to assume that that's a cosign of that person, and they're going to go to them and they're going to engage with them. And he has a point. No, he doesn't. His point is, don't hold me accountable for potentially introducing my audience to Nazis. That's what his point is. He has no point. There's no point here that makes sense. There's no point. None. He's saying, don't hold me accountable for potentially introducing my audience to Nazi ideology. And this is a defense of that. That's it. Power software. I know what you meant. He doesn't have a point. He does not have a point here. Right? Being like, don't listen to influencers, listen to your own self. You need critical thinking of yourself. It's not a point. It's a lukewarm, tacit defense of Nazism and of Asmongold. Yeah, his point is, watch anyone you want, have your better judgment, including Nazis. Yeah, it's not a point, it's an excuse. Exactly. It's an excuse. Yeah, it's a cop-out. I think the thing is that you know very well that mob mentality exists, and when you are live with thousands, live chat with thousands, if not tens of thousands of people agreeing with anything that is said by a streamer, a large majority of people will just join in and not question anything. Introducing your audience to somebody who's been known to allow that kind of behavior to happen in his chat, especially while minimizing his behavior to we're only talking about games, you expose your audience to beliefs that could cause harm to real life people. True. I think this is a wildly disrespectful way to approach a subject matter. I think this is a wildly disrespectful way to approach the subject matter and the intelligence of the people, of others in general. I encourage people to research, engage, and investigate, and interact. Telling someone to not talk to a particular person or engage in an activity does not give them any information or teach them about the subject matter. Yes, so teach them. Teach them. Yes, I expect you as an art, again, especially as somebody who is working and collaborating with a person, to teach them that the person you're working and collaborating with is no good, no bueno. No bueno. Maybe. It's a logical idealism to believe that the marketplace of ideas will promote the best and most factual ideas. Like, telling someone to not, I already read that. I do not own my viewers in a way you are describing. Nobody does. Yes, you do. Like, legitimately, you do. Your viewers watch you. They come to you for information, for game stuff. They do. It's a responsibility that you have as a creator. It is a responsibility that you have as a creator to lead your viewers, some of which could be children, in the correct direction. Bro. Honestly, this might be the worst thing Pirate Software has done, in my opinion. Like, well, to be fair, the other things are like, you know, ratting in a video game. And, you know, I don't know, just having bad takes every now and then. Like, this is him just doing Nazi apologia. Like, it's really bad. This is really bad. This is the kind of isolation promoting thinking that leads to monolithic echo chambers of the internet. One's both for and against the things you agree with. Like, And this is the problem. You know, you realize why he doesn't say the things. He just says things you agree with. You know how he doesn't say the things? He'll always say like what you believe and things you advocate for, things you agree with, people who are on your side. He always says that, but never what the actual things are. You notice that? I noticed that. I wonder why he's not actually saying what Asmongold is saying. I wonder why he would actually say or engage with the fact that his chat is typing in W Nazi. Interesting. You can both hear someone's argument and disagree with what they have to say. Not everything stated by a streamer or anyone else is absorbed into the recipient's psyche as a core belief. They're called influencers for a reason. And a lot of these people, especially on a gaming platform, are younger. You know what I mean? And they are influenced by the influencer. For your first point, I would agree, but sadly, we're not talking about a slow-paced conversation. We can both fully articulate our thoughts before replying to another what we're doing. Instead, we're talking about a live interactive chat room environment where people do not have the time or research on these topics and are engaging healthily after knowing more information, which is why I bring up the mob mentality specifically. This creates one of the isolationist echo chambers that you referred to later. It goes on for a while, by the way. After all of this, I have one question. Have you now, or have you ever seen the kind of abuse towards anyone based on their skin color, nationality, sexuality, or identity within my community? If the answer is yes, then they immediately ban for it. If the answer is no, then what's everyone so afraid of here? Have you seen any Nazis in my community? I thought not. Therefore, no problem at all. There are no Nazis here. The people in Pirates chat with dog whistles in their usernames. The potential for things that might happen but clearly haven't. What do you mean clearly haven't? Like, okay, I just, what do you even say to this person? How do you even explain the concept of like Nazi dog whistling to this person? Like, he's running every fallacy he possibly thought of while it's at stake. We have full-time staff and automation to prevent this kind of behavior. That's why I find all this very overblown. You find this overblown? To be fair, like, you're responding to like 9 like tweets. Number one, you're responding to 9 like tweets. Number 2, maybe just say Nazis are bad and you could have left it at that. Maybe. I don't know. Did he finally finish? Okay, he finally moved on from this one. I love that he came back. I love that he came back a month later to this person just to reply to this person. Respect. Like, he's showing up a month later. A month later. This is a post on Twitter, not clearly part of my community. If you're in it, then it's on Twitch chat and Discord. But any posts like that in there, if it isn't banned the second, I will wear a wig. People need to understand that, okay, this is just going forever. Like, he's doing the same thing. He's saying like, no, this isn't my community. This is not my community. It's from somewhere else. Even though it's underneath my tweet defending Asmongold. And he keeps going, bro. He just keeps going. He just keeps going. He keeps going. And then he moves on, finally. I think. Let me check. One last time. Nope, he's still going, chat. I'm sorry. I thought he was done. Nope, he's still going. Wait, no, sorry. This is different. Fair. That's a different thing. He stopped 2 hours ago. I guess. But like, yeah, this is what it means to be too chronically online. But that's all of it. That's unless there are any other responses. I know Shroud replied to Carter's tweet. I don't know if y'all saw that. Everything he stated is action has an equal and opposite reaction as a Jordan to conservation math. Part software is never beating the Nepo baby allegations of so much how much you needed it. That's crazy. Very normal things are happening at Asmon's chat. This is what Shroud said. Surely we just set up an automod, no? Yeah. Surely. Surely. But yeah, I don't know if there's any more reactions to talk about. I went through it all. I covered it all in 5 hours. Shroud actually tweets. I mean, I guess. I just woke up. I'm tired. I need to go back to sleep. I'm thinking about calling it here. Coming back later tonight to play some Elden Ring. What do you mean by that? Is he unaware? No, he means that like it would be simple to filter these messages out if you just set up an automod. So like, why did they not set up an automod? That's what Shroud is kind of saying. As I wouldn't have a chat if there was no automod. Yeah. Is there more Nightreign testing tonight? Yeah. It's at 7 p.m. So in 7 hours. It's the last one. And so we'll be back there playing on Twitch exclusively. So if you're on YouTube, love you. I promise you I'm not abandoning you. But if you're on YouTube, if you want to watch Elden Ring Nightreign gameplay, you can head here, twitch.tv/SeanTheBlack. I talked about this for a lot longer than I thought I was going to. Karis, thank you for let me think all the subs I missed. I missed a lot of subs and a lot of follows too. We are halfway to 25K, chat. We're at 24,416 follows. We're like 500 and something follows away from 25K, which is crazy. No Ethan drama today. I mean, we'll talk about. There's nothing even to talk about with Ethan, bro. He was like, Hasan's hiding his girlfriend from the world. Look at him in the bathtub. He looks so luscious and like delicious and stuff. Like, what is there to even say about that person? Let me unfollow and refollow, get a number up. I don't know if that's how that works, but I appreciate that. Oh yeah, also his glasses are fake. He's like, you're wearing fake glasses in the bathroom. Like, yeah, we'll end with this. We'll end it on this, chat.
From where I'm standing, it doesn't necessarily matter if he is personally ideologically invested in Nazi ideology versus entertaining it, because at this point you have opened up your environment to
watch the VOD, chat. Watch the VOD. What I will say is that he defended his collaboration with Asmon and said he would do it again. Cause like, oh, he was just correcting record about a game, even after seeing his messages. And also said that Asmon's chat messages were a snippet of the chat and were not indicative of the entirety of Asmon's community. And also he replied to like 50 people on Twitter about it. Just scroll through his reply section on Twitter, you'll see it. You'll see what I'm talking about.
To Nazis, like you are ideology versus entertaining it, because at this point you have opened up your environment to Nazis. Like you are giving them a space to occupy and to operate. It doesn't matter. Like your intention at that point doesn't matter at all. Okay? Like it very quickly moves from haha, we're just being edgy here to like holy shit. And I think it's virtually there. So there's no difference. There's no difference in that regard. You're normalizing heinous shit.
Yeah. That's it. Really. I don't know what more there is to say about this person. You say the intention doesn't matter because you can be lying about your intention, but you still do the same actions. Yeah. The only new thing about Ethan is bad up now his last short video on him, and the accusations aren't new. I didn't see it. But yeah. Thank you for watching. The clip of Mason shitting on Michael Nose. No, they're not. Force, thank you for the 11 months. Nori Nobu, thank you for the Prime. Looney Luna, thank you for the 3 months. DJ Show, thank you for the 16 months. And then Karis, thank you for the 6-month subscription. Thank you for watching. Shout out YouTube chat. And we're out on YouTube. Catch me on Twitch, 7 p.m. tonight, maybe. If not, I'm playing it by myself